Hello, hello, hello! Welcome back to another broadcast of Shimmy's Space Quest, where though planning is useless, planning is essential to our cause, which is to quest into space. I'm your host, Shimmy. How's everybody doing today? Yes, I am flying solo today. No Capcom right now, at least. Hello, Will Glasson, Minanthrope, Cybertech! Hey, Cybertech! Tapakase, Michael Java Games, Random Tech, The Brandmaster, Nightbot, Psycho Cleric. Let's see. Daring. Hey, Daring. What is up? What is up, friends? What's going on? So, yeah, decided I was going to do a stream today. Due to just not being able to make some streams earlier today. Looks like my internet's being a little bit potato right now, so it might stutter just a little bit. Do apologize about that. But yesterday I was working on the HLLV. Working pretty good. The thing is, it kind of wants to pitch over to the side. I get this unfortunate sort of bending or buckling, and I want to go ahead and fix that by completely redesigning it. So we've got the good shape of it at all, and I do like the shape. You know, I might consider changing it slightly, maybe bringing the tanks out or something. I don't know. We could give it less fuel or give it more. I don't know. I think I like the way it is, because I can redo the shape like I did before. But we're going to go ahead and completely rebuild it again. So we can, you know, make sure that it doesn't create that sort of buckling effect. But we have confirmed that this system does work, and it does look rather, I like the way that the fuel flow system works. It looks a lot cleaner than it did before on previous editions. So we're going to go ahead and recover the vessel. We're going to go into the launch facility, no, the other facility, the building facility, the VAB, and go and start on a new one. Hopefully we can save some time, because we did learn some stuff by doing this. So I'm going to go ahead and start out with a remote guidance unit. And go ahead and get started here. Let me go ahead and squish my head. Thank you. And go ahead and get this thing started. So we're going to go and start out just like before. Start with this thing, do some offsetting, rotation. Remember that I want this wants to be the top, not this. I always get it confused. Let's go ahead and rotate it around. 90 degrees, offset, get that nice in there. I think that's in the center. Yeah, I think that's in the center. I think we could pull it down a tad, like that. Okay. So we started out with our first structural piece. I could use something else as a structural piece, possibly, like, I don't know, like a docking port, or sorry, a cargo bay or something like that. But nah, I'll just use the large tanks. They're pretty useful. Go ahead and close that out. And now we're going to go and figure out how we want to connect the rest of the pieces here. And I'm thinking having the docking ports on the longer section to separate, but I could do them on the side too. I'm going to need to decide. I can use the docking ports in order to stop the fuel flow too, so I could put them here. And here I can, because with tweakable everything, I can disable crossfeed immediately to prevent the crossfeed right from the get-go. And you know what? I think I'm just going to do it like this. And we're going to see how it is. Alrighty. Oh, great. Still dropping potatoes, unfortunately. Looks like we're just going to have to deal with that. Staging crossfeed disabled. Okay. Let's go ahead and flip this around. Like so. There we go. Alrighty. And now we're going to go into our smaller fuel tanks here. Like this. And like this. And connect these like before. And rotate them around. Like that. Go ahead and bring them up. Bring it over. Yeah, about like that is probably a good idea. Man, at the internet potatoes today. I might need to drop my bitrate today. No problem, Bran. I sound sick today. I was sick yesterday too. Unfortunately, I'm getting better. My throat wasn't like super sore today, so it sounds like I'm getting better. But I still got the stuffiness and all that. So you know, it is what it is. But I'm dealing with it. It's no biggie. All right, let's go ahead and rip this off. Put this down here. There we go. Now, using the docking ports will basically guarantee fuel will not flow. We'll have a very solid connection, and we'll have a cyclical structure, which is rather useful. So now, we've done this, let's go ahead and do the same thing here. So we want to take this and then use these docking ports like before, and go to staging, no, crossfeed disabled, like that. Let's get those lined up, and now we want to go and put our fuel tanks. I think engine should be above fuel tanks. The docking ports are stronger than decouplers. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's bring this over. Like so. Alright, looking great. Now, I'm going to go ahead and rip this off for a second. And take another decoupler here. Disabled. Put this back. So now if I go ahead and launch this thing, I should get a very solid connection. Basically all this should be locked into place, except that is rotated the wrong way. There we go. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, it's backwards. Oh, ain't back right. There we go. I did it wrong. There we go. Think we got it. Making a big deal, I just want these to line up. It looks like they should be going there. What's your New Year's resolutions? Daring. Daring, nice. Alright. Let's go ahead and give it a structural test. Go and empty out the fuel here. On these parts at least, because they are structural parts. And structural... launch stability, blah, waters, whatevers. Put one here. And put one here. Go ahead and put it on the launch pad, make sure this thing doesn't fall apart instantly. And if we are good, then we can continue working on the structure. So let's just go ahead and go to launch and do our thing here. Is this a planetary base? No, it's the same thing that I was building yesterday. I'm just building it better so it's more structurally stable. Because the problem is I didn't have a very structural connection on one of the parts here, and it liked to bend over to one side. It liked to buckle. But as we can see here, here that says docked. Okay. So that tells me it's probably very stable. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do, I'm going to immediately just go ahead and put the engines at the bottom, push it upwards, and see what happens. So we're going to go ahead and revert flight, go to vehicle assembly building, and do our thing. Is it cold there? Yeah, it's a little cold, especially for a zonie like me. You know, where I'm used to, you know, temperatures above the hundreds all year round. So it's a little cold. It's like 71 in my room. It'll probably heat up with the lights and all that I have on. And I'll probably take off my hoodie. But as it is right now, as I start out a little bit cold, so that's why I'm wearing what I'm wearing. Anyway, let's go ahead and take one of these, slap it on the side here, and then do our thing. Let's go ahead and put it so we can get our rotation vectors. Easy. Offset. Yep, that looks centered to me. And down. Bring it up a tick. Yeah, let's bring it up a tick so it looks like it's actually attached there. And then go ahead and attach our other parts. Bring them in a tick. There we go. So that looks legit. We'll go ahead and attach the other parts here. And there we go. Looking good so far. We could bring that out. No, we can leave it the way it is. I like it. Alrighty, now let's go ahead and just structurally stabilize all this stuff with some struts. Alright. And now let's go ahead and attach some struts here. Like that. And like that. Alrighty. I'm liking the way this is looking. Let's go ahead and run some fuel lines. Fuel lines, there we go. Let's run one to the other. Like that. There we go. So we got all this fuel. Yeah, more struts, never not. Why is the music so loud? Is it loud? Maybe I'm just quiet. Alright, let's go ahead and take the fuel out of this because we won't be using fuel there. And we'll just go ahead and put a couple KR2Ls on this thing. And we're just going to go ahead and put on a launch pad and see what happens. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and attach the other one on the other side first before we do that. Alrighty, let's go ahead and do what we did before. Whoa there. We only need one of these. Jeez. Okay. Okay, this bug I could do without. Yeah. I could really do without this bug. I'm gonna have to start over again just because... Oh. Alright. Okay. Great. Just great. Squad! Fix your game, squad! I'm not doing anything crazy here either. I'm just placing parts down. I've got infinite parts. Yeah, Control-C is the worst thing you can do in Kerbal recently. Alright, so I'm just going to take this part and create a subassembly because I don't want to do this over again. Actually, let's go ahead and undo that. And take this and put this back, possibly. Wonder what happens when I save it. Save, Load. Where's untitled spacecraft? Let's see what happens. Okay. Let's try this again. There we go. Is that almost lined up? Yeah, that looks lined up. And we'll go and bring it up. Let's go and bring it down one tick. Looks like it's supposed to be there. Alright. However, the struts are in the wrong place, so we'll need to rotate this all the way around. There we go. Struts still aren't in the right place. Alright, so we'll go ahead and unplace and replace the struts. There we go. There we go. Alright. Now let's go ahead and put the engines back on. See how it looks. We'll go ahead and do a thrust. Just go straight up. See if this thing actually works. Basically, what I want to do is prevent the entire thing from buckling like it was before. And if we can do that, then we'll be doing a good thing. Then this change is definitely going to be worth it. Putting the extra docking ports there might make it a little bit more wobbly or bendy, but I think we're doing a good thing here. Could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Well, let's go ahead and try. Let's go ahead and launch. Is this sandbox mode? Yes, it is. Alright. Throttle up. SAS on. No, see, we still have some issues here. Still have some issues. These look okay. Those, eesh. I might want to redesign this where the docking ports are on this side. Basically, pointing up down. So I'm thrusting straight through them instead of creating a shearing force. Because obviously, this doesn't look good. Looks no good to me. No.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Gaming 2000, Gaming Up 2000. Welcome to the quest. Alright. So that design, yeah. Alright, we're going to keep playing with this. You know, it was fine on the launch pad, but as we saw, those shearing forces, no good, no good. Do I have any mods? Yes I do. Take a look at the mod list. Also, you can run the mods bang, the mods command, bang mods. And you can, you know, it's exclamation point mods. You can check that out. But yeah. So... how do I want to do this? I was thinking about giving decouplers a try. Actually, why did I remove those? Leave that on. Let's rip this out, though. Actually, let's go ahead and rip this out first. And then this out. Complete redesign this, then. Take that off.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following, Mr. Creative Name. Welcome to the quest. Do appreciate the follows. Alright. Let's take this. And we're going to go and take one of these and just rotate it around. Part of KSP is all about experimentation, just seeing what works the best here, and I'm thinking this might be a good idea. So go ahead and take those out. There we go. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take this off. Take these out. Put that out. Like this. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Actually, are these still disabled crossfeed? Yes, they are. Alright. Yeah, another thing that the docking ports do is they prevent fuel crossfeed with the rest of the parts that they're connected to here. And that's it's a rather convenient thing, because I need to make sure that the fuel flows properly for this entire system. Now, let's go ahead and... we need another one of the smaller fuel tanks here. And then we'll go ahead and rotate this around. And rotate this back. Like that. And offset it. Okay. That looks about right. So now, if we go ahead and just take this off. Yeah, I'm going to need to redo that too. There we go. All right. So now the thrust should be thrusting through the docking ports instead of shearing against. A compressive force will create less of an issue. I'm getting a message here. All right. Owl rotation. All hail to the mighty Shini, Lord of Kerbal Kind, the master of the Kerbal. Hello, Dark Lazarus. So now, these have fuel. It's going to cause kind of this weird issue with how the fuel is flowing, but as long as we've kind of divided the entire thing into quadrants, I think it's going to help. Alright, so now, you know, this is without any extra struts. Hopefully, this will actually work. That no fuel, but all this stuff has fuel. Let's go and try it again. Save, launch, see how we do. Alright. Max power. Alright, we've got some wibbly wobbly here. But let's see. Compressive force, but it looks to be a little bit more stable. And if we add some more other struts here, I like this because it's not pitching over or banking over to one side. It does look a little ridiculous, though. Is there anything else I could do to stabilize this other than just some struts? Hydraulics, yeah. Alright. I do like that a little bit more. It looks a little bit more stable, but, you know, the more parts that we have, the more it's going to do that. So let's go ahead and revert flight. Let's go ahead and add some struts, see how they do. And see if it's a little bit more stable here. So if we go ahead and actually strut this orange tank to the other orange tank, like so. I don't know where the other one's strutted. So let's just do all these manually here. This one here to this one here. This one here to this one here. Might be a little bit more stable. Here to here. Oh. There we go. All right. That might be good enough. That might be good enough. Let's go and do another test here. Save, launch. Yeah, but the thing is kind of tweaking over to one side. But let's go ahead and see. Well, that's concerning. Now it's doing the other side now. We've got all the struts there. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Sometimes this is the problem with making cyclical structural connections. You get into weird issues like this. Maybe just some more struts. Maybe I'll just add more struts on one side than the other. But it's... I can't have this happening here. Liked it without the struts. It just doesn't like me, evidently. Hello, sleepy hipster. Unless we have just weird fuel flow. It's good to me. Yeah, you're probably right, Random Tank. You are probably right. I wonder if there's a way to get around that. I wonder if there's a way to get around that. If I could build it in such a way that makes it the same way. So, I'm just going to add some more struts here, see if they help at all. Probably won't. I'll just add them to one side. I might need to add a backbone to this thing. There we go. Wait, no, that's the wrong side. See, the extra struts make it look ugly, and I don't like it like that. Alright, we'll see. We'll see. We'll try it again. Yeah, Tabakase, yeah. Pretty much I'd be building kind of like how EJ builds his Landbert and Tugbert. Like my counting technique? What's my counting technique? Yeah. Maybe the struts are causing an issue somehow. Because, you know, it only seemed to be asymmetrical when I added the struts, too. Go ahead and remove these. Oops. Oh, okay. Lucky me. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna do an experiment here. Nope. We need more. We need more. Let's go and put another one down here. Alright, that's close. That's close. So let's go ahead and take out all the fuel here. What I'm doing is pretty much just creating a center location that everything is going to be connected through. This is not how this is going to be connected in the long run, but it's I just need to make sure that this is doing it the way that I want to. So let's go ahead and turn off that. And we need to completely eyeball this. There we go. Looks good to me. Alright. Get rid of that. Put this back. Put the parts back on. See what it does. See if it goes off to one side or the other. Why can't I click on this? No reference exception error. Oh, great. That's great. Let's go launch it, see what happens. Maybe build it so the whole thing is apart and drop it. That'd be crazy. Okay, this is solid again. That's solid again. Is the engine block completely central to the bottom of the orange tank? Yeah, yeah. I'm very certain about that, because there's a point where I clip something through and it's like, oh, it's like perfectly circular. So, yeah. Let's add the struts, see what it does. Alright. Got those struts in place. Those look good. Let's go and try it again. What is this exactly? I'm building a heavy lifter vehicle that's also designed to land things on the surface. So the important thing is I need to have a hollow core in order to lift and strut things in there while it lifts and lands. The unfortunate thing is with this, it tends to kind of pitch over to one side, and I don't know why it does that. See, it's doing it again. Maybe it's not. Now it's doing this. Maybe it has something to do with my engine placement. Maybe you're right, because now it's completely aligned. Now it's pitching over to this side. What is this doing? When will I be streaming till? Well, I've been streaming for almost an hour. Probably another few. Because now, like, the entire thing is symmetrical. These parts are docked. These parts are not docked. And they're not docked, but they are attached using, you know, the green glue instead. 40-hour stream? What? What? I hope not. Hope not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's go ahead and revert to vehicle assembly here. See what we can do. So the struts make it worse. I don't know why, but the struts make it worse. But, you know, I only kind of eyeballed this. And I thought I did this right. Let's go and look. Does that look right? Yeah, that looks almost perfect. What can I do to guarantee that this thing is perfectly centered? Maybe I have to place... I don't know if there's any way I can do that. I could divide this into two pieces and connect it off of that. So something kind of like... this, and then I rotate it around. That looks almost perfect. So now I know it's perfectly symmetrical. Now I know this is the way it needs to be. But now I've created kind of like this flexing situation here. So if we go ahead and bring this out, though, if we can bring it out one tick. Actually, let's bring out a couple ticks here. And then you go to structural and around the parent part. Strut them together, I guess. Okay. Wait, why is that like that? Now it's around vessel? What'd I do? I really don't know what's going on. Weirdness is going on. Alright, at least I know that they're connected. If they're connected, that's good. Let's go ahead and bring them back in. Now we have that there. I was afraid that it might not be good enough. How are these things supposed to look when we connect them, though? Here and here. They're supposed to be kind of clipping into each other, honestly, and that doesn't look right. So if we go and bring this offset in, yeah, I don't like the way I'm doing this. It's concerning. Alright, let's go new. I'm gonna go and choose the orange tank as the central part. Maybe that will solve some issues. Because now I can verify the center of mass here. Like that. Go ahead and attach our control point from it. Here. Guidance unit. I can't radial attach it. That's fine, though. That is fine. Let us take one of these. think I did okay. It's kind of hard to tell when this thing isn't perfectly centered. Features. Yeah, vertical snap would help. You know, I suppose that that's perfectly aligned. It's just kind of hard to tell. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if that's aligned, then if we align the thing with that, if I bring this in here, I mean, that looks perfect. It's like perfectly in the center of that, so... And that looks perfect too. Got an idea. Have an idea. What if I use docking ports in the center? I don't know how I'm going to do that, but let's try and use docking ports in the center instead. No, that's not the right thing. Here. There we go. This might be a very silly idea, but I don't know. Maybe it will work. Maybe it'll work. We'll go and try it. Let's go ahead and take here. There we go. Bring these in. Those are how those are supposed to look. I don't care if those are kind of rotated weird. That's no problem. So now how am I going to connect the things on the bottom? I don't know yet. I know that if I'm going to be building a similar sized vessel, I might want to change the way that the that these are placed. Now I could use two of these. Now these are 3200, and then two of these, 144. Basically 3 of these is really all I'd need, right? Because one of these is equal to about one of these. Not perfect. 28, 32. I could do something like this, where I go ahead and put one of these. Let's go ahead and attach it here. Go ahead and keep this thing symmetrical. This is going to be really weird, but it might actually work out the way I want it. Let's go ahead and take this, rotate this around. Bring this in, like that. Bring it down. Let's go and bring it out a tad. Let's go ahead and bring it in. I don't know. Maybe about right there. And then, what if I go and just place one of these, like here. Let it do its thing. We'll go ahead and bring this out again. I don't know about you, but this looks pretty much aligned. I think it might need to be touched up a little bit more. Let's see here. Okay. Alright, so we got a thing here. We have a thing. Go ahead and rip a couple of these out. Save those for later. Let's go ahead and add some struts. Okay. There we go. We got a thing. And we definitely have a thing now. The thing is these are not supposed to have fuel. We'll go and worry about that later. We'll go ahead and bring our other parts now. Now we could just go and rotate the other parts about. Let's see. Let us see. See, now it's everything symmetrical. It's actually kind of cool. Alright. Okay. I think I like this. I think I like that. Can put these on here. Put these on here. Now what we've done is reduce the number of docking ports. This might actually work. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Rimlord, how's it going? Well, yeah, we need a tape measure. Can't unsee the face. What are we doing about the face? Do we have a face? Okay. Either way, let's go ahead and attach some more struts. See what happens here. All right. Let's see what happens. I know these are barely connected. We might add struts, we might not add struts. But basically what I've done is I've reduced the number of parts that are connected from one to the other. So yeah. Also, that might fuel that, so we might need to... Yeah. We'll worry about that later. I think we're doing the right thing here, though. We've isolated each side. Let's go ahead and disable crossfeed on each here. Crossfeed disabled. And crossfeed disabled. This actually might simplify some things. Let's go ahead and put some engines on the bottom. See what happens. And put some decouplers. No, the stabilizer, launch stabilizers here. Put on a launch pad, see what it does. Oh, let's actually put some fuel. Where's my fuel lines? There we go. One here. To one here. Looking good. Here we go. Hello, Gav. How's it going? Oh, nice hoodie. Very trendy. It's just a little warm here. Or, sorry, it's a little cold, so I'm trying to warm myself up. Alright. That looks stable. Let's go ahead and turn this thing on. I think I've come up with something here. Because this is incredibly stable now. Look at this. I mean, we got some bowing outwards, but hey, definitely a lot more stable than before. I think I like this. I think I like this. Cool. I only started an hour ago. Yeah. Revert. Vehicle assembly. Space dart to be thrown through the gap. Yes, Patrick. Alright, now I'm kind of afraid of actually adding any sorts of struts or anything like that, so I'm just going to go ahead and not do that. We will go ahead and attach some other fuel lines here. If I attach them, it doesn't really matter. No fuel here. I have no fuel in those. Okay. That all fuels, that all flows out. One could go to one side, one could go to the other side, and then both of them could flow into one central point, which could be down here, and that could actually flow to the engines down there, and then that could... I don't know how I'm going to do the fuel yet, but we're definitely on track here. But we're going to add some more fuel here just to make this thing a little bit more stable. We're going to add some fuel and some extra doohickey majangers. So let's go ahead and put each one of these here. Wait. What'd I do wrong? Okay. Make sure that's perfectly aligned. And take our fuel tanks and take one of these. Put one of these here. And then take two of these here. We won't do that. And take a structural thing. There we go. Bring that in a tick. I like it. Those look like they are meant to be there. Let's Take another one, put it up here. There we go. And align it inward. Looking nice. The fuel should still flow. So now we got some rotation torque. That'll help us command this thing. As for struts, let's go ahead and add some struts that actually connect the tanks to these tanks here to reduce wobble. Alright. Here we go. Here to here. And here to here. Alrighty. Hopefully that helps. Hello, Jack of Minecraft Live. How's it going? How do I like 0.90? I love the new editor. Even though with its new bugs, I still love the new editor. The new editor is great. Alright, so now, let's go ahead and add some of the other things. Pods. I'm going to add these manually. Oh wait, we don't do that yet. We add the structural. These here. Oops. Bring these in. Like that. Okay. Alright. Anything I'm forgetting? No, let's go ahead and do another flight test. All the struts are... No, not all the struts are connected. Need to do one more. Come on. There we go. Alright. Here we go. HLLV. Save. Let's go ahead and try it again. What is this monster? It is a heavy lifting and landing vehicle. Yeah, this looks way more solid than it was before. I like it. I like the way it looks. We do have a little flexing. Nothing too severe, though. I could add some more struts. I have a feeling the struts may cause issues. But I guess that's all part of the test, right? It doesn't appear to be flexing in a bias in one direction or the other. Which is great. Alright. Now we need to figure out the fuel flow system. It's going to be really interesting. So I'm thinking about making these the main fuel flow locations. I'll need to change the way... Oh, actually, let's go ahead and start adding the engines, though. So these empty fuel, because we want them to be structural pieces. If I'm going to be clipping engines into them, I'm not going to say that they're fuel tanks and something that can hold an engine inside. So I'm just going to say that they're a structural piece. So I know the new editor allows you to be cheaty without activating the debug menu, but I'm not going to be that cheaty. So let's go ahead and take one of these here. Go ahead and add our engines. Come on. There we go. Let's go ahead and take another. About like that. Let's go ahead and bring it in. About like that. Do the same to the other. Okay. There we go. I like that. So we've got those engines. These are the landing engines. Looks good to me. Both of these engines in the right place? No. And the last one in here. Okay, alrighty. Let's see. I think we got them all in the right place. Now, getting these fuel is going to be an interesting thing. Because one side will be powered by one, and then you know what? This might be a lot easier than before. This might be a lot easier than before, because... Huh, alrighty. I think I just need to run fuel lines directly from the center of this into the engines. One side will power one side, and the other will power the other. This might be very possible. Let's go ahead and take one of these, like we were doing before, and take this. Offset it, rotate it. Actually, let's go and bring this around like that. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about the stuffy nose. Ah, okay, that feels a lot better. Went ahead and unloaded some... Oh. Some extra mucus there. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is actually separate the engines from those fuel tanks. That's pretty easy. Let's go ahead and do this. This here, looking great. Now, instead of using... I mean, the nodes are the same connection there, so you know what? I could use docking ports again, because I could disable the fuel crossfeed, and they would be a lot stabler. Docking ports to the rescue. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use these docking ports again, because they have very large connections, and then I can just tell them, nope, crossfeed disable, put these right underneath, just like that. Alright, so now let's go ahead and attach our struts here from one side to the other. Do this a few times. Make sure that we got a solid connection, which we most likely will. Like here to here. And then here to here. Go ahead and get rid of this part for right now. We'll go ahead and bring it back. From there to there. Plenty of struts. There we go. Bring this back. Like that. There we go. And now we'll go ahead and bring our docking port up. Bring our engine up. There we go. So now, we should be able to run, and our fuel flow might be perfect, honestly. Because we need to run the fuel into here, and then out. So, let's go ahead and go into here. We're going to make this a little bit prettier, but for now, I think this will work. There we go. And then one for one side and one for the other. There we go. So we got the engines powered. Now, if those flow there, we can take these to here and do it for the other side. Because it really doesn't matter which one I do. Here we go. Way less fuel lines. We'll go ahead and test this. Let's go and add some action groups, see how this does. Action groups. Custom 1 disables and enables these engines. Toggle engines. And custom 2 toggles these. Toggle. 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 Alright. So now, these are the first fuel tanks to empty. And then these. And then they flow into these tanks. These will be emptying at some point. But yeah, maybe we might have had a simpler fuel flow solution here without having to run fuel lines all over the darn place. So yeah, let's go ahead and try this out. Let's go and fly this thing around, see how it does. That's a weird place for that strut to be. And this is a weird place. There we go. We'll bring these down and saved. Launch. Hey, Ipeer! How's it going, Ipeer? Had your third Christmas dinner today? Oh, geez. Alright. Solid. Wait, oh, those don't have fuel. Alright, we need to flip them around. Fuel lines. So I'll do it here. I don't think it really matters which way we do it. But we'll do it like this. Alright. I'm doing alright. You know, I'm still getting over the crud I've had in my sinuses for the past few days, but I didn't wake up with a really sore throat, so that's great. So it looks like it's finally going away. And this design, it looks like it's a lot more symmetrical than it was before, which I'm pretty happy about. Alright, so now, the way things are flowing, those are emptying, those are fine. These might be emptying at some point. It might be determined by the number of hops. Those are still emptying. What is the ship's purpose? Landing heavy cargo back on Kerbal. It's kind of a weird vessel. And I had one before. It's kind of like my answer to building a shuttle without wings. Okay, why is it going off in that direction? Something not properly flowing here? Oh yeah, I didn't properly balance the landing engines yet. I need more mass on this side, I think. That's fine though. Let's see. These are still emptying.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following from the shadows. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Oh. So close. How soy? Yeah, I got it right. I got it right. The problem is it's not balanced yet, so we need to actually add some ballast in the front. I forgot about the ballast. And from what I saw, just putting... This is the last time I was messing around with this. Yesterday, putting just some fuel that doesn't flow at all here pretty much fixes that issue. So turning this off, just ballast right there. So if we go and take a look at the center of mass, should be practically in the center now. So we're going to go ahead and try and see what it does. Because without those, it's down, so it creates a flipping sensation. All right, go and try it again. Oh, there's another one right there. Whoopsie. Okay, looks like it could stabilize itself.
Broadcasting.
But it's too heavy for at the beginning. And also, thank you for following Corn Slice and X2. Welcome to the quest. Alright, so that was an issue. Let's go ahead and revert back to vehicle assembly. I think we got it. But let's go ahead, fly it around a little bit more. Let's see what we can do. Let's go ahead and launch. Just testing the thrust-to-weight ratio here. At one point, the skippers are perfectly fine for landing, but at liftoff, the skippers are not powerful enough. Alright, so those empty, these are empty. Pretty much, I think when one gets to about 2... Nope. What about RCS control? I'll get that added eventually. And actually, adding like Werner thrusters to the sides here might be my best option. These tanks might be the best position to put those in, since they're going to be connected directly to fuel tanks.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following, Professor Oat. Welcome to the quest. Do appreciate the support. Alright, we'll see how this goes. If we just go ahead and give it a little hop up in the medium atmosphere, in the stratosphere here. You know, I'm thinking I might be able to make this thing simpler if I just kind of, instead of doing kind of like the central thing, I could move these tanks off to the side and bring these kind of centralized or inside. It'd be the ship would be a little flatter, but it might look better. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to say. We will see, we will see. As we are doing right now, we're just going to go and fall, see if this thing can land, or at least hover. We want to be able to hover. Do I work for NASA? No, I don't work for NASA. I don't work for NASA. My hat works for NASA. No. Yeah, there you go. My hat works for NASA. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pitched it over a little bit. Looks like this thing does hover. There we go. Whoopsie. And explosions. Ah, alright. But, you know what? I'm liking the way things are looking here. I'm going to go ahead and add some RCS systems, see if I can get some better control. And also, I'll add the other parts that make this a little bit more stable for landing. So first things first, let's go into our command and control. These Werner engines, they use liquid fuel and oxidizer instead of regular monopropellant. If I go ahead and pretty much just put one of these... Dude, Nubius Maximus hosting for 78, dude! Freaking rock! Awesome! Everybody, if anybody's not familiar with Nubius Maximus, he is a streamer, does stream Kerbal Space Program and other games too, like The Long Dark. I do like watching you play The Long Dark and other things. I do recommend you go ahead and check out Nubius streamer, Nubius Maximus. Check him out. Great streamer. Alrighty. Yes, thank you very much, dude. You rock. Thanks. Alright, let's go ahead and get everybody situated here with these Werner thrusters. I'm going to try and get these nice and situated. You know, using these might not be the best idea, because they might end up with a sort of offset of fuel, but I could, you know, it might just be a minimum amount. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. So if I use more from one side to the other, it might be an issue. But you know what I could do, I don't know if Werner engines actually damage other things. But if I do this, it might work. Alright, let's do an offset here. There we go. And an offset. There we go. There we go. And there we go. And let's bring it down. There we go. Did we do all those too? I don't think. Yeah, I think these are all locked in. Alright, there we go. What's my ship rocking gonna do? Lift and land heavy things. Moon and Kerbal, basically. Alright. So now we got those into place. We might have better control. But I'm thinking that I might want to add some pitch engines on this side. And I don't know where I'd put them. Maybe one from one side, one for the other. Let's see what we can do. If we can do without those pitch engines, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and launch this thing one more time, see how we do. Also, let's go ahead and attach some legs to make this thing a little bit more stable. Thanks for the follow. Who we got? We got CTH the Dead, Kuni, it's Mr. Manuel, Ernest9, and Kerbal team. Welcome to the quest, peeps. Do appreciate the support. All right, let's go ahead and do this.
Broadcasting.
And clouds, a cloud of storms. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And RHJ Raleigh. So many new names here. Alright. So that I think is perfectly aligned. So we'll go and bring it around. Here. Here. And we'll do the same thing. Oh, wait. We don't want them on both sides. Here we go. Here we go.
Broadcasting.
Oh, wow. Getting the follow trains now. Thanks for following, Mason C9. Those look roughly in a position. We need to add some landing legs. These just prevent the thing from exploding on landing, because exploding on landing is a bad thing. But we need to add some legs, too. Go ahead and take one of these parts. Get lost looking for parts. Can't tell. down. What's that on that side?
Broadcasting.
Let's bring these this way. Nope.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Dark Nova 01 and Redwing 299. Welcome to the quest. Alright, it's actually kind of getting warm, so I might take off this hoodie now. There we go. There's our line there, looking great. Alright. Get these nice and offset. Into position. Ah, no. Undo. Ah, come on. Okay. Just gonna bring these, close these out. There we go. I think we got it. Launch. Yeah, no problem, Dubious. I know you probably sent that message to me like 10 minutes ago, but yeah, no problem. Alright, yeah, I can go and clear that. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and do another test. Maximum power. Looks like we got solid connection. RCS keeps things stable. Hopefully that helps. Basically, the idea is if I have enough burner thrusters, also is this not, it's not telling me anything's getting burned, that's great. If I have the same amount of RCS thrusters in all different directions on each side, I should, I shouldn't get fuel flow offset or fuel offset. Basically, if I kind of go in one direction, then like only this tank starts emptying and that one is still full. And I don't want to have that happen. But I've got plenty of torque here, so it might not even matter, honestly, using the reaction wheels. Let's see. Do I like building spaceships? Of course. Spaceships are amazing. Alright. Looks like we got a stable connection here. Alright, let's see what happens. Most of that's empty. What's this? Hello from Nimbus Shimmy. Awesome! Congrats. Oops. Clicking on things I shouldn't be clicking on. Is Coffee here? Coffee! Alrighty. Hey, Coffee. So, I did a redesign. A way that I didn't think I'd be redesigning, but basically I'm using docking ports as a center place here, so basically each side is perfectly symmetrical, so it's not going to pick one way or the other to be more sturdy for whatever reason. So each side is docked to each other. And since I have fuel crossfeed disabled, I don't have this symmetrical or the loop fuel flow or anything like that. I have one side and the other side. One side fuels this engine, the other side fuels this engine, and the same for these engines here. So basically each side fuels these engines, so pretty happy about that. A pretzel of fuel? Yeah, possibly. Like I'm hovering. Try hovering! Alright, Peppy. Starfire 64 quote. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. It's probably going to end badly, but I'm here. Come on. Come on. Okay. All right. Hey, didn't break. Yay, we did it. This counts, right? This counts? Does this count? All the fuel flow out? Yeah, looks like it did. Looks like these are the last things to flow. Alright. Okay, something exploded. That was very bad. What exploded? We lost a... No, we lost a structural piece. We're fine. We're fine! Oh, and we're out of fuel. Wait. Why are we getting... Oh, somehow those aren't actually fueling the other things, huh? Interesting. So somehow these tanks are not fueling those. I don't know why, but they're not. That is kind of convenient. So that's pretty much our RCS fuel tank stuff. And kerblam. All gone. Alright, let's go ahead and do some styling. Let's go ahead and do some styling of the fuel lines here. Also, I'm getting kind of sweaty, so I'm going to go ahead and take off my hoodie. It's actually getting warm in my room now, which is good. This is very good. Yeah. Bah. There we go. Maybe about right here. Alright, yeah, there we go. Fuel lines. You know, if I can make this without the fuel lines being in the way, I'd prefer that. Okay, let's go and do the same thing here. How'd I do it there? I did it kind of aligned with that. This one doesn't allow me to do that. Well, maybe it is. There we go. Alrighty, that saves me some trouble there. You know, maybe I can rotate those around by a few degrees and make this a little bit simpler. So I'll go ahead and take this off. Oh no, what have I done? Undo. Undo, please. Ah, I undo and then I break it again. Jeez. Thank you.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Der Game Gaukler. Der Game Gaukler. I don't know what Gaukler means. Is that German? And thanks for following Strange Killer. Welcome to the quest. Do appreciate the support. Alright, let's go ahead and bring this here. Looking great. Those are connected. We now need to go ahead and rerun these lines here. From here to here, probably. Can we bring it all the way down here? No, that's actually kind of clipping, so I'll go ahead and bring it there. Those are connected. Great. Now we can go and run these to here. Alrighty. Fuel lines are out of the way, but they are still functional, which is great. We don't see fuel lines like all over the place. They are in the place that they need to be. Now we might want to talk about adding some interesting maybe paneling to this thing. This is not the same shape or size as the last thing I built, the last HLV I built. And you saw it was capable of keeping on a steady course, which is great. We might be able to get this thing into orbit. Actually, we would be able to get this thing into orbit no problem the way it is. But bringing any sort of heavy cargo, we're going to need some boosters. Boosters are always necessary. Lights! Purple lights!
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following a Wildland Firefighter. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Wolf the Blazer.
Broadcasting.
And Frizzoni. Welcome to the quest. More boosters, yes. Basically, I just put maybe a couple of heavy boosters on the side to get it up and where it needs to go, and then we can go and bring it back. So, moon, possibly the moon, but I was thinking about making this thing pretty looking, because, you know, that's part of Kerbal Space Program, is making things look pretty, huh? So, we're going to go and talk about making things pretty. Pretty princess.
Broadcasting.
So if we go ahead and maybe do something kind of like this. Also, thanks for following K-Pop Bogium and Evil Brando. Welcome to the quest. Ah! Broke it. Come on. You know, maybe if I had something that kind of followed this curve here, that'd be kind of cool, huh? Keep messing this up. Just bear with me. I'm just kind of experimenting here. Alright. What if we did like a whole bunch of those and kind of brought it up? Because it would kind of follow that curve. Just messing around here, just messing around. Some purple paneling. A giant mural of a wizard airbrushed to the side. That sounds amazing. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about this yet. Because then we're going to have a half thing in here that we're going to need to completely cover up. Also, I could have just used the larger panels. Say if we're going to just use larger panels, save some part count. Let's see here.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following.
Broadcasting.
Swagamite YOLO.
Broadcasting.
Lovely name. Thank you for following One Gaming DK and Terry Georgeson. Welcome to the quest, peeps. Alright. Swagamite. That's a new one. This. See, doing it with less parts is always better, I think. And if we did something kind of like this, it wouldn't look as weird. You know, we just got some paneling there, kind of keep the shape of the entire thing, and we can kind of expand and kind of go in that one direction. Swagamite beef sandwich. How much less to wait and Delta V do you need to get home from the moon? Well, Delta V to get home from the moon, I'll just talk about Delta V first. You need to get back into orbit, so that's going to be roughly like 600 to 800 Delta V. And then you need to get from low moon orbit back home, which is about 200 to 300 Delta V. So 1100 is safety numbers right there. And thrust to weight, not a lot, honestly. You just need to be able to go up. Do I truly work for NASA? No, I don't work for NASA. People always ask me that question.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following J YouTube Star. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Renadrop and Keystorm 03. See, let's... I kind of like the curve idea, but I think we can go without the curve. So let's go ahead and get rid of this stuff. Ah! That's not the right stuff to get rid of. Undo. Am I landed on the moon? Or, no, he's not talking to me. Okay. Talking to the guy who was asking the question. Alright. So now, say if we go and take something here and bring it up, we could possibly run a part there. And it looks like it's supposed to be there, but maybe not exactly the way we want it. Let's go ahead and make sure.
Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Sean Leeson and Peter Parker. I'll go with the quest. Let's see. Maybe if we go ahead and do a thing here. Let's go and rotate it around. We rotate it. Maybe one tick. And then bring this. Oh, that's more than one tick. One tick here. And then bring ourselves out like that. You know, that almost looks like it's supposed to, you know, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it look like we have a sort of structure here. I could do it one more time. I don't know if that's going to really work, so let's go and try it. Let's say, so there, and then offset like that. Let's go and bring it in. Da-da. Yeah, kind of. Do like that, and we have a gap there. What do you guys think? You think this is really doing anything for you? Or do you think I should just leave this stuff off? Landing legs for structural panels equals orbit. What? Is this panel an owl? Possibly. You know what? I could do it like that. Honestly, that might be the better idea. Okay. It requires the panels, Teflon Mike says. Alright. We'll go ahead and keep playing. We'll keep playing here. Let's go and offset it. I think I like the other way here. It looks like everything is touching and is happy with each other. That sounds a little concerning. Let's go and get rid of this. And let's go and attach this. Possibly. Yeah, we're gonna need to rotate this around. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Go and rotate this. Wait. No. We can. I think we can. Mirror, radial, parent part. Yeah, no. I think if I switch it to local, it's not really gonna do what I want it to do. So let's go and switch that back. Absolute. Get rid of this. Rotate this around. So it's perfectly 90 degrees towards the entire stage here. I'm going to put these parts on the side. Like that. And like that. And we can go and bring these up. Yeah. There we go. And I'm going to rotate the entire thing around again. There we go. Let's go and bring this thing down. There, it looks like it's supposed to be there. Right? Everything is touching and happy with each other. Yeah, yeah, don't listen to anything I say. When I talk to myself, I say really concerning things. You know, I try to say I'm family friendly, but, you know, some of the things I say I know might not be the most family friendly thoughts in my mind. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine all here. How are you? Alright. There we go. So we got this thing. Got this thing here. And we'll go ahead and attach some more things to it. Let's go ahead and rotate this around now. Is that rotated right? Yep. And let's do this. And let's do this a little bit more. No, actually, I don't think we need to do any more than these panels right here. So let's go ahead and rotate them back around. Let's see if we can get these touching right there. Yeah, look at that. It looks like it's supposed to be there. We could attach maybe some little tiny... Nah, I don't know. Maybe the cat. Meter Ray! Giant hat! Hey, everyone who is coming over here from the Mator Raid. Matoro Ignika from KSPTV. He's a streamer who does stream KSP. Great streamer. I definitely do recommend me some Matoro Ignika streaming. He does cannons and flies really close and gets a little crazy. Matt is a great streamer. Check him out. Definitely do recommend him. Let's see. Streamer Matoro Ignika. You're not in the chat yet, Ignika. I think I spelled your name right. Let's see. I'll go ahead and click on that. See if this actually goes to the right channel. Yep. I know how to spell your name. I'm not a scrub. I know how to spell somebody's name. Alright. Notice in here, though, that this is in the wrong spot. Let's go ahead and take this. Take it off. Take it all off. And, there we go. Oops, no. Do it again. Now, you see that there's a problem here, that the engines, I might need to move them closer, because they're kind of might not be able to, kind of got an issue there. You see the problem here, right? It's, a bit of a problem.
Broadcasting.
Thank you for following. DMC Dyna 0506. Welcome to the quest. Alright, so let's go ahead and take this off.
Girl.
Dude, B. Wheatley, dude, you, thank you very much. You complete me. Just kidding. Keep up the good work, dude. Thank you very much. After all the different donations of Kerbal Space Program that you did, dude, you freaking rock. B. Wheatley donated several copies of Kerbal Space Program to me, so we can give for giveaways. I'm thinking about doing that here pretty soon, maybe the next couple days, possibly. We'll see. Gotta figure out a good time for that. But dude, thank you very much. You rock. Alright, so... yeah, what are we doing? we're continuing to work on these panels. Paneling, very important part of a balanced breakfast here. Let's go and bring this in. I don't know where exactly I put this, but I think this is close. Maybe? No. Maybe... like that. Alright. Yeah, let's go and do this. I think we got it. Badoop and a badoop. No, that doesn't look close. Bring it in. One tick. And another tick. Yeah, I think I got it. Paneling! Bring this up. Looks like we got something here. Oh, we're missing a panel on that side, though. What? What? Why you do this? Okay, now we're right. Now we're right. Okay. Hey, thanks, S-Midget Ryan. I'm trying. You know, it's... it could be better. And I think I'm kind of making the internal part. I might want to just leave the internal part just open, and just kind of leave this to... leave this, just kind of give it that shape, that just kind of doobie-doo shape, and then, not worry about the arrow shields. Because honestly, these right here looks like they could work. Obviously, though, we do not want them in the wrong place, and I think we might want to eyeball this. Let's go and eyeball it.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following the Reaping Derp. Welcome to the quest. And Mr. Lego 1999. Thanks for the support, guys. Alright, so go ahead and add another one of these. The Reaping Derp. Silly names. So I did that right. We're gonna need to bring this up. Like so. Those are aligned. So we've got this doobie-doo shape going on. We need to have this open for the engines, but you know what? If I can just kind of make one of these, I can bring the engines up or down. I need to bring them in, though. Let's go and bring them in. Maybe a tick or two. Go and click on this.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Minatellan.
Broadcasting.
Oops. Wait.
Broadcasting.
And S-Midget Ryan and Zelda G20. Welcome to the quest. Did I goof this up? They don't look like they're aligned anymore. I don't want to touch it and break it. No, going off of absolute here. There we go. We'll see. look aligned. I think that's okay. But one looks higher than the other, and one looks... Maybe I'm just imagining it. Does that look right? One looks higher than the other. No, I'm just seeing things. So I could bring it down or bring it up. So I need to have the engines to be able to blast out. Also, by the way, Coffee or Mater, any of you interested in being a Capcom for a while? No? Feel free to let me know. I'd love to have a Capcom. Capcoms are always great to have for streams. I'm just leaving that open. Go bring this down all the way down here. Maybe if I align it with this one instead. See, aligning it with one of them would be good. It's like I got these very specific exhaust ports here. I don't think I can get... Maybe that... like that. The exhaust comes out calculated as just a single vector. It's not like an entire shape. What is this, by the way? It is a thing that I like to fly around. Okay, we brought this in. Oh, we'll get you both on there. Alrighty. Why does that look weird? Need to bring... One looks higher than the other. What did I do here? Okay. That's a line. That's too high. There we go. I think I got that. Thanks for following, Lepidro and Hyphonics. Welcome to the quest. Offset. Bring this up again. Bring that up as high as we can. Bring this in. There we go. Okay, so those are aligned there. We're gonna need to do the same thing up here to give it the classic doobie-doo shape, but we are doing what we do here. So if we just go ahead and add a couple pieces here. Like this. How do those get pretty much aligned perfectly? I eyeballed that, and my eyeballs usually lie to me. Let's do this instead. All right. The doobie-doo shape. Yep, the classic doobie-doo shape. You gotta know about the doobie-doo. Also, did I add parts there that shouldn't be there? Yes, I did. I had symmetry on. I wish there was a way to unsymmetrize something, though. I really wish there was. So we got those exhaust ports there. Looking great. Now, we just need to do the same thing up there, and then we'll be good to go. Got this kind of structural thing going on here. There we go. We're gonna go and fly this thing around again soon. I don't know if that's the right angle. I think it is. Looks like it to me. That's in, that's in. Those are good. Let's go and get these engines in line. We'll go and bring them in a couple ticks. Bring them in. Just one tick. Down one tick. No, down 2 ticks. There we go. And then do the same thing. And a tick. And then down 2 ticks. There we go. Whoops, nope. Thanks for following WAP. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And
Broadcasting.
Sin such versteckt. And I domino neo. Oh, answer the phone? Oh. Aha! Hello!
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello! How's it going?
Hello.
We got Coffee and Matt on the phone. Matonika.
Hi.
What is up, friends?
Hi.
How you doing today? Everybody doing great?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Building a doobie-doo.
I see that, and it flies level, and it doesn't wobble, and it doesn't buckle and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it was a weird solution to the problem, but you know, hey, it works, right?
Well, the other thing is that the docking port will lock the parts together, but there's also a small amount of give. So if anything, it's going to flex in the middle, which is where you want it to flex,
Yeah.
because that's the least amount of, because that's where, even though it's flexing, it'll be such a minute amount, it won't really be that obvious. So, that's pretty cool.
Just got the structural paneling on here, so now it's got the doobie-doo shape again, which I'm pretty happy about.
Nice.
I could add some.
It's looking good.
I could add some struts to this thing. I don't think I need to though. Let's go and fly it around again. Have a little fun. I think I should be able to land on the ground, the surface again. Without any issue. We got docking ports. Really, this thing, I'm going to need to have Kerbal attachment system installed for this thing to actually be usable, because I need to be able to strut things in the center. If I'm going to be landing things, that's kind of like the big deal. I need to be able to land something here. I need to have Kerbal attachment system. You spelt Matt's name wrong. It's Meteorolognica.
No, that's me trying to pronounce Meteorolognica, because it's the ignica on the end that gets me every single time, because I have a minor lisp, as you can probably tell. And as I get to that point in the word, as my brain goes, nope, I'm done now. I'm going to stop talking. It's like, no, I need to complete the word.
This is why I just tell you to call me Matt. It's easier.
Yeah, so that's why I generally call you Matt or Mator, because that my brain can do Mator, and it can do ignica. The ignica, see, this is the dumb thing, the ignica is fine. And the matter, or matro, or matoro, is fine. But putting the two words together, my brain has a small aneurysm and some brain cells die and I can't pronounce it properly. I don't know why. It's weird.
Well, you heard it here first, folks.
Oh,
apparently my
cat
name is going to be
overlay
Toughy's
is
Death.
broken.
Yeah,
It said my cat overlay.
Yeah, your cat overlay is broken. Apparently you don't have enough cats in chat, or you don't have a cat chat, or
Yeah?
enough cats, really. So maybe you just replace chat with a cat that reacts to what the chat is doing. I don't know, something.
Okay, we're gonna go and fly this again. Looks like everything is stable. Got some HLLV debris on the launch pad, but that's no problem. Cat overlay or riot. What booster setup do I use on this? I basically need to attach some boosters on the side that help it get into orbit. But as it is, this thing is almost an SSTO. We got a very similar sort of design into orbit, no problem before, but I need to make sure I have enough fuel for landing, because I need, the landing fuel is rather important.
Yeah, being able to stop when you're landing is always a good thing.
Yeah.
A stop as in reduce your deceleration, not stop as in slam into the ground, because that'll stop you. The ground is very good at stopping you, so is water, but being able to stop before you hit the ground, that's kind of a good thing. It certainly goes up, which is a good thing.
Yep, definitely goes up. It's a very stable form of up, which is great.
Yeah, it is. So, how much Delta V have you got at the moment for this thing? From the pad?
Well, atmospheric it says about like 3,000. But as for, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to get in orbit without boosters.
Yeah, you'd need boosters for a payload, but you could probably deal with it, I would say, without... You'd be able to deal with fine, wouldn't you? Because you can just come in, basically retro slow right down and then do the whole flicky maneuver thing. Because you could use the whole... yeah, it's pretty cool. Actually, I'm wondering whether like the normal, anti-normal and so on, you can use those to help rotate the vehicle, but I noticed that the balance was pretty nice, so
yeah,
that's cool.
Works pretty good. I'm still kind of being wishy-washy whether or not I want to put the pitch engines on this thing in order to keep this thing... Basically, if I over-rotate, it pretty much just keeps me from... Basically fixes the problem here.
Yeah. So, the answer to everyone's issues when they're building something that wiggle-waggles is to use lots of docking ports and you're fine.
So I wonder, I was having this problem a few updates ago. Basically, while I start falling towards the surface, because of the way that the engines, for whatever reason, the way that the aerodynamics work is the engines want to go ground first, and so I can't stay in this hovering position,
No,
which
that
is
would
an
be
issue.
because of the... Yeah, that's the stock aerodynamics for you. The stock aerodynamics will go, this is the heavy end, so I'm going to more or less point that end down. But if the craft is balanced, it's going to lean heavily on engines. If it basically, I think if the game sees engines, it tries to point those down, and probes and stuff, well, not so much probes, but crew modules and stuff up. I would be interested to see how this thing flies in far, though.
Yeah.
But having said that, with far, it has a calculator. It'll tell you what it's going to do at different speeds, and it will. You'll have less soupy atmosphere, so it's probably going to be easier to drive at a lower level because you're going to have less of that soup to try and drive through. So it might hover a bit. Hovering is a little bit easier with far if you don't have wing panels. Because if you don't have wing panels, there's no lift being generated, so you're fine.
So looks like so far. They changed the way that the drag works, so I can actually land. I can basically fall down
straight.
Yeah, straight.
Well, you should be able to
in the hover position. That was kind of a major issue that I had previously, that I couldn't fall down in the hover position. So landing this thing is going to be a lot easier now.
And the legs have gone through the panels. I was wondering whether they would go through the panels or whether the panels would, whether it would cause the Kraken to visit, because...
Yeah, the Kraken only visits when they're actually deployed, so as long as they're not deployed, then it's not an issue. Oof!
Oh.
Well,
landing?
It's a rough landing.
Yeah.
But no explosions.
Oh, yeah. You're coming in hard.
It's coming in pretty quick to me. I'm watching the shadow coming in and it's like, nope. And, yes, this is the thing. You've got landing legs. Not landing legs, you've got the wheels.
Yep.
Those things you can throw 6,000 tons at and they go, nope, I'm fine. It's ridiculous. They're great.
And
they don't appear to have a braking strain. Like, it's zero or something. It's ridiculous. That's pretty cool. Well, look, can you roll it straight, though?
No, I tried to activate the engines and it just kind of went crazy. So,
yeah, it went, nope. I'm going to flail on it. It's very pretty explosions, though.
Hey, Crazy Ho, and a 321 pilot. How's it going?
And yes, Gav was thinking the same thing I was thinking. Make a Thunderbird pod family for it. So you need to make like a payload bay, a universal payload container that holds the thing. Because I was thinking of pinching some of your ideas. Let's be honest, I'd steal them wholesale. No, I'd actually be interested to see if I can build a functional Thunderbird 2 in far. So basically similar to your design, sort of similar, but it would have a crew module up front, so probably the Mark III up front, and then have basically use procedural fairings and so on to build the body, But the center section would be a procedural fairing container that holds all sorts of things. And it can... The only thing is I won't be able to jack the thing up. I won't be able to lift it up, as Thunderbird 2 can do, because Thunderbird 2 has these awesome legs that allows it to land, and then the whole thing lifts up, exposing the payload bay. So you could land somewhere with like a couple of rovers and maybe a base or something, and then deploy the whole thing and then take off again. Which is sort of what the LLV does, in a way. I am loud, apparently. Let me just turn my microphone down a bit more.
Well, also Matt is quiet, so it's...
Oh, sorry. I've been distracted.
I think Matt's discovered that PSN is working again, and he's very excited about that. I was a little more excited about it last night when I went, hey, wow, I can get back into Destiny now. It's only been 2.5 days since some idiots with no brains decided that to get some attention, they'd just annoy the living heck out of people. So, mission success, I think. Mission accomplished, or whatever it is that they were seeking. So they're annoying somebody else now. I think the Tor network's being abused quite badly at the moment.
So, the reason why this thing is called the Doobie-Doo is because EJ was working on a project called Project Scoby, and I liked his idea, and I wanted to build something kind of similar to it, so I started building something called Project Scooby instead of Scoby. That, and I kind of went with several iterations of how I was going to design this thing, and so it was going to be the Scooby, and there's the Scooby-Doo, and there was the Doobie, and there was the Doobie-Doo, and this was the final iteration. So this is the Doobie-Doo style. This is the HLLV. Before I called it the reusable cargo lifting and landing vehicle, but now I'm just going to call it the HLLV, just the heavy lifting and landing vehicle. It makes it simpler. Thanks for following Minters, Arias, and Fubar. Welcome to the quest, peeps.
Yes, the HLLV, another acronym that I have fun with trying to get my tongue to work the numbers, do the words and stuff. Shimmy, explain the multiple voices. Well, Shimmy's voice is fairly obvious. He's the man with the very acceptable beard. I'm the slightly weird Australian/New Zealand dude, and the other person is Mator, who's another American somewhere.
Hi.
That one.
That one?
Yes, this one.
Alright, we're gonna go and try for another landing here. I try to empty out most of the fuel here, and then just go for landing. Alright. We got it. So now it looks like it's not gonna pitch my craft in any sort of direction while I'm falling, which is great. This thing will stay in position. So that actually makes the falling portion of this a little bit easier for me to do. But now what I want to do is go control from here, and I can basically control it like a standard lander. You know, any sort of landing vehicle.
So what did you get up to in... You were on KSPTV earlier today, weren't you, Matt?
Yeah, I finished up about half an hour ago.
Okay. I missed it because I was asleep because I'm a lazy Australian. What did you get up to?
I sent a satellite to the moon and 2 probes to Duna and Ike.
This is in career, or?
Yes, in career. And the game decided to purge all of my active contracts and completed contracts. So that's fine.
Have you got texture replacer installed?
Yep.
Yeah, I've got that installed as well. I've had it once or twice. It's very, very rare, but for some reason there's some weird collision with, even though the mod that's been incorporated with KSP it's based on the original contract mod, but the problem is it seems to have brought that weird error that it collides with, apparently there's some sort of weird collision with texture replacer, and what can happen is all your contracts disappear. I've had it happen. I know a couple of other people have had it happen. So, but it's incredibly rare. It's like you'll get it once and it'll never happen again, kind of thing. It's just frustrating because they all go away. At least you keep your money and stuff, but
yeah.
all the contracts disappear, which is kind of frustrating. I think you can go into the, and if you look in the persistence file, you'll find that none of the contracts that are missing exist in there either. So they're like finito, gone, completely scrubbed out of the file. So I don't know how the hell it even does it.
Because it completely removed Explore Ike and Explore Duna, which thankfully those are the only two on there.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, when it happened to me, I had not long installed the mod, and I had about 9 or 10 contracts, and they all disappeared. And some of them were ones that wouldn't be redone, like Visit the Moon, because as far as it was concerned, something had tracked that it had given me the contract, and that the contract had just gone away. So all I was able to do was I think I was able to edit the persistence file to make it say that it's completed, but I didn't get the money for it. But the problem was that once it does that, it won't necessarily offer you those contracts again because it thinks they've already been done. It's a weird bug. It's annoying.
Alrighty, this thing lands.
I was gonna say, it looks like I can see it hovering, which is pretty good.
And really, never really designed this to land on very specific places like the VAB. I have landed a thing like this on the VAB before, and I might try to do that again, like so it's not like all wonky. But yeah, definitely works. If we go ahead and try and take off now.
That was quite a nice landing.
Yes, it was very, very smooth. It's almost like you've done that before. But yeah, during this week at some point, I'm going to try and do a stream where the only thing I don't have is the legs that'll allow me to cause the vehicle to lift, but I'd like to see if I can build Thunderbird too. Because I think that would be an interesting exercise. It's not going to fly that well and far, although it might be alright. But yeah, I think it could be an interesting challenge.
Probably gonna run out of fuel here before I can do this challenge.
So what I might have to do is use the cargo bay in the middle and turn it upside down so that I can basically sort of like drop a payload underneath rather than... Oh, I could maybe just design around a payload bay or something, I'm not sure. But I'm loving this design, dude. It's so good. And it flies really well. Like, for a very large vehicle, it's pretty maneuverable. Like, you're driving it around the VAB like you just don't care. You know, it's pretty cool. Drive it like you stole.
Let's see. Might be able to get this.
Yeah, try and nail it. Oh, you should be able to. It looks like it's pretty stable, dude, so...
I'm almost out of fuel, though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Alt F12. Infinite fuel. Oh, just give yourself some more time.
I believe in you, friend.
Yes. I believe in you. I believe in the dream.
The dream.
Uh-oh.
Michael.
I didn't,
Did you blow up the valve?
no,
He landed it, I'm guessing, and then the VAB exploded. Oh, yeah. So I'm like, I'm landing. Wait. What happened? Where did the building go?
It didn't like being booped.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You booped it too hard.
yeah.
My work here is done. I am out of here.
Well done, Shimmy.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's well done. Now try landing on the spaceplane hangar.
I'm out of fuel.
Okay, so now you're going to land, but we're going to land on something. And that's what happens when a spacecraft steps on Lego. Why order? Oh, that's going to hit the administration building, is it? Oh, not quite.
I missed. Alright.
Oh.
Alright. Should we try that again?
The one thing this game could do with is small impact craters when you hit the ground. If it just deformed the ground, that'd be pretty cool. But yes, that was impressive.
Let's try this again.
Hey, on the bright side, there's very little Kessler left. It's pretty good.
So yeah, it says delta V total in the VAB is 4,500. So this thing could practically get into orbit just from liftoff. Probably won't because it's kind of a low thrust to weight at the beginning. But if I were to give it maybe some SRBs, just slap some SRBs to the side, this thing would be able to get into orbit. But we're going to try and land on the VAB again.
Nice. I could probably build Thunderbird 1 as well. I'm tempted to do a whole thing around the Thunderbirds and try and build as close to the design as possible. Because Thunderbird 1's pretty cool. And I've probably got the parts, we've probably actually got the parts now to do it. Sorry, I'm just geeking out because that was my childhood Thunderbirds. Anyway, Thunderbird, sorry. You gonna try and land on the VAB again, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Good. I was hoping you would say that. You need to practice, man. You need to be able to get those pinpoint landings.
Get myself lined up immediately here.
So what's the bet it's gonna blow up again?
Yeah, EJ has his Kerbal source.
Broadcasting.
I have my doobie-doo.
Yeah, and your Doobie-Doo is pretty darn good, if I may say so myself.
Well, his
Scooby-Doo.
Kerbal source is something he's always trying to land on the VAB. It's just this little toy aircraft here.
Actually, you could name the payload. If you build I know you're gonna have all sorts of different payloads, but if you built a payload bay type thing that you want to better drop and then drive rovers and stuff out of, you could call that the Scooby.
Yeah.
And then you'd have the Scooby inside the Doobie-Doo, or rather you'd have the Scooby Doobie-Doo, which I think would be a very neat little combination of structure.
Okay. Let's go and flip ourselves around. And control from here. You know, I like that better. Control from here. Are these the same angle? Oh, they're the same angle. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Which is the same number?
Well, the docking ports, if I get them connected in opposite angles, that kind of gives me a better ability of controlling where I'm going.
Yeah, well, you can pick an orientation, either horizontal or vertical, or somewhere in between for landing. Because it makes sense that you'll want to control from something on the top when you're going up, and then you'll want to control something again effectively on the top when you're dropping like a stone. Which is what you're doing right now. You're actually dropping pretty quick. But how good are the skipper engines for this thing? Holy crap. So what size payload are you looking at for this? So basically something the size of 2 to 3 orange
send
tanks
like
wide.
48 Kerbals.
Yeah, you could. I'm just trying to think of what payloads. Oh no, so you could get one of the. So you're looking at basically something with, say, 4 orange tanks, or the large main tanks and stuff. Because you've actually got quite a lot of room in that bay to fit stuff. You could actually make quite a large payload shelf as well if you wanted. I mean, you could build an entire base and bolt it inside that thing and then land it pretty much anywhere. Because I mean, even on Duna, this has got enough power to weight ratio that you'd be able to land this thing probably without parachute assistance on Duna, without too much stability. Because you've got the Delta V. As long as you can get it there with the fuel, you'd be good. Here we go. Can you do it? Can you do it? I believe in you, Shimmy.
We believe.
No, I went too far one direction. Ah, no. Come on.
Yeah, you should never go one direction. They're terrible. Really. Yeah, this is kind of when you need translation control, really, isn't it? Do you honestly think SAS would be insufficient to help hold? Because I'm wondering whether not SAS, whether RCS would be enough. So when you're moving, it would dampen the direction you're going in more, maybe? Because it's not going to push you around, but it might help hold your position more. I'm not sure. I don't know whether you thought about that or not. Might make it worse, I guess.
Ah! Ah!
That's it, Shimmy. Oh, no. You can do it. Just channel Schwarzenegger. You'll be fine. Get to the helipad. There we go.
Nope! It's too heavy. It's too heavy.
Too heavy. Oh no. Oh, so you destroyed the...
Yeah. I don't think this thing is capable of landing on the VAB. I think it's just gonna break.
Yeah. Yeah, it is probably too heavy because the thing is, although the landing legs are not the landing legs, the wheels are very strong. The VAB is actually really easy to damage.
Yeah.
I bet you if you hit even if you hit the pad at about half that speed. In other words, if you bounced it all, you'd break the pad as well. No, yeah, they're very easy to break. Same with the runway.
Flight under the bridge next. Oh gosh.
Right under the bridge. Would it even fit under the bridge? Oh, it might.
I don't think so.
Well,
Try it.
You try it. What you might have to do is put the undercarriage down, so you've got something to land on in case you hit the ground, so you don't explode.
Mm-hmm.
And leave the actual landing gear up. So worst case scenario, you'll bounce on the wheels as you go through, but it might not fit. This is the thing. But I'm with Meadow. Try it.
You can't back out now.
Oh, dude, you do that so well.
So I'm trying to figure out how much fuel I could bring up. And I could bring up a lot of fuel here.
Yeah, well, you better fit. Yeah, the thing is going to be your TWR is going to suffer.
Yeah, it is.
But, I mean, having said that, you could have basically a disposable tank in the middle there, and then have boosters on the side. And you probably just about have enough Delta V, because you could run the boosters on the side, draining from the center tank as well. Or are you thinking just have the center tank as a refueling? Because it's kind of dead weight.
Well, basically, if I put this tank in there as a, if I put it in there as a, as the payload, I'm gonna see what it would take to bring this thing up. Because basically...
Ah, okay, yep. Yeah, you want the dead weight to basically get an idea of how much weight you can carry. Yep, gotcha.
Yeah. So as it is right now, I don't have... I basically... barely enough DV.
Yeah.
But
if you put boosters on that, and then... Because, yeah, you could just put boosters on the side, and then... Because you've got to find another... What is it? This is stock. So you need to find another... You haven't even got fire installed, so you need to find another 2,200 or something to get into orbit?
Yeah, about 2,500 to make it safe.
Yeah, but we're safe, yeah.
That's 1,000 right there. Attaching these on the side. This will definitely make us go up. But it's not.
It's good.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not what we want. We want to have a fuel crossfeed booster system here. So say we take something like this, and these here. Put a crap ton of boosters on the side. Let's see. Take one of these? No. One of these? This thing is gonna look goofy as heck.
But Goofy's good.
Goofy's very good. This is KSP. Of course Goofy is good.
It's Kerbal.
Oh, you're 3,600 already. So if you doubled that again, you're going to be pretty much bang on the money, I think.
44.
It's borderline.
Yeah, it's not enough though.
No. Actually, you use check out the giant solid rock boosters, because if you put this giant solids on each edge, right and left hand side, you probably get the extra delta V you need, just about. Because I've got a fair amount of grunt. Sorry.
Thinking about
It's
using
grunt
the KS25.
Yeah, that'd work.
Whatever's, yeah.
Because they've got a ridiculous amount of TWR, and they're not as inefficient. The only thing is they're only really good low level. Like, I mean, they're okay higher up, but their TWR doesn't scale as nicely as the others. The KL2 has a ridiculous TWR scaling. That's 4.5, so you're almost there. Oh, my bad. You did put the RCS thrusters on there.
Yeah, they're the Verners, yeah. They barely help though, so.
They barely, yeah. Well, you'd need a lot. I mean, you're gonna need 4 or 5 in
I
each
think,
position to have
yeah.
any kind of, and it's gonna chew through fuel as well. The other thing I thought is whether you could put in stages the small liquid fuel, the slightly larger liquid fuel Werner engines, because they actually have a little bit of thrust and they might actually work, and you can just put them in groups. Just for front and back. I don't think you probably need them for side to side, because that's pretty easy, because you can just tilt pretty quick. It's still really stable though. For something that has basically 4 engines right in the middle, it is very stable.
$4,600, we're almost there. The thing is, I've turned off the tanks that would normally be fueling my they would normally be fueling the landing. So basically, I have extra delta V in there, so I would be able to get into orbit. The thing is, I want to be able to bring the ship back home. That's the real question about doing that. So. Let's see. I did notice something. about, for whatever reason, these fuel tanks. I have some fuel tanks here that just don't flow, so I'm going to go ahead and force them to flow by adding some extra fuel lines here. So those go there, and these go here.
So where are you running fuel lines from? To the from.
I just had some fuel tanks that didn't flow to the engines. I don't know why, but
okay. No, because they're probably because they're not connected in any way.
well, I did stack connect them, but I don't know.
Yeah, but this is KSP, dude.
Yeah.
We both know how fuel flow works. Yeah, like I said, I have spent a huge amount of time, and I will still use fuel lines to do a lot of work. But to be honest, TAC fuel balance. Unfortunately, TAC fuel balancer is an answer to a different question, but it just happens to solve a lot of. Like I don't normally, like I've got it installed, but I don't generally use it that much. It's only for stuff like this where the fuel flow is quite complicated, and no matter how hard you try with fuel lines, there's always a tank somewhere that just doesn't detank properly. But I think it's pretty amazing that you've actually managed to get practically every fuel tank to flow correctly using. I think the fuel flow to me seems like it's been improved a lot over the last couple of versions. Like 21 point whatever was pretty bad for fuel, but 25 in this one as well. They're really good for fuel flow now. So obviously there's been a lot of work to try and improve it. It looks like there has. Cybutek is in chat. Very cool.
Hey, Side.
Speaking about fuel flow, Kerbal Engineer has been working great lately.
Yeah, hasn't it been good?
I used to have a lot of problems
Such a nice
building a design kind of like this.
I'll be right back.
All right. We got separation engines. Whether or not this thing will fall apart while it's going up, I don't know. Praise Cybertech, yes. Alright, now for the favorite thing. Struts. I don't know why that happened. Question is, will I need more struts than just this?
The answer, of course, is yes. You always need more. Well, that's 4,800, so you're good.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
And so the center tank's been... Alright, so you've turned off fuel crossfeed, which will stop that from calculating, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. So now we need to add the decouplers on this thing, or the stabilizers.
This is going to be quite glorious to watch, by the way.
Hopefully this thing will work.
And you're definitely going to want launch clamps, I think.
Yeah, this thing would break.
Yeah, this thing would go through the pad, through the planet.
Yeah.
This is getting close to the EJ's shuttle launch, where it's not so much the shuttle is launching, it's more that the planet is being realigned by the engines and being pushed away.
Yes.
Same with Lobster's Millionaire. That thing was mental. I'm surprised the whole planet didn't disappear when he launched that thing.
Oh, cool, Cybertech. I like that. That's really cool. Personally, I'm going to be playing Sandbox. I like Sandbox more, but I like that you're adding that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think that's... It would be nice... I don't know how. This is obviously going to be complicated, but if Kerbal Engineer could scale with the I don't know whether you can scale it with the building or something. Track it with the building scale, so that basically when you start out, all Kerbal Engineer tells you is like, I don't know, maybe your delta V and a couple of other things, but practically everything is turned off. And then as you unlock buildings, it turns features on, if that makes sense. That sounds like an awfully horribly complicated thing to do. But it might make it so that instead of Kerbal Engineer being this magical, wonderful thing that early on in Korea basically makes it super easy, if it was nerfed to hell initially, that'd be pretty cool.
Alright, let's see if this thing goes up. It's probably going to break on Launchpad, but, you know, this is part of the iterative design process. You know, you design something, see if it works, and then when it doesn't work, you make an adjustment and you do it again. And launch. Thanks for following Superman, Phil Phantom, Timothy Sizz, Bitter Sight, Zell Maniac, Kobe Maru, Karim Like. I don't even know what you're. Karim. I'll call you Karim. Damask, Fubar, Arias, Minters. I think I got those people. Thanks for the follows, guys. Do appreciate it. Alright. Prepare for liftoff in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have liftoff of the LLV with its 4 boosters.
So we have new questionouts.
Oh, dude, that is a beautiful thing. Look at that. Oh, that's very nice.
That looks good.
Something tells
Stable
me.
as hell too. Are you getting weird fuel flow? No, I'm looking at the fuel tanks and it looks okay.
No, well the boosters are emptying faster than the interior.
But where is
Okay, you know
the boost? Yeah, they will because they're bigger engines.
No, sorry, the other way around. But
So
it looks like it's gonna be okay. Looks like it's gonna be okay.
yeah, well the big single engine, the KL2, is very thirsty very early on. It becomes, it's only really efficient in space. I think they class it as I think it's classed as a vacuum engine. So it's really rated more for upper atmosphere and high atmosphere and space use, but then again, this is KSP, and watching fuel flow in KSP is a frightening experience at the best of times. It's like, why is my fuel doing something weird? It's working. You've got almost even fuel flow by the looks of it.
Fuel flow is single enigma.
It's just weird. Like I said, as much as I know that tag fuel balancer is a buff, it's a buff. It's, it makes life easier. It does do a very nice thing. But looking at that, it looks like your fuel flow is pretty even there. I'm just trying to work out whether the internal engines will run out before the external. It's very, very stable. So. Good, dude.
Looks like we got stable flight here. Very stable flight.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see if you have fun with the decouplers, because the boosters are... Oh no, they're on the sides, aren't they? So they'll be fine. That's a good point.
They might still break something, but we will see.
I've noticed that though, the decoupler bug, as long as you have the boosters that you want to separate on the horizontal plane relative to your spacecraft, you're fine. It's only if they're vertical, in the vertical plane, that you have a problem. I've narrowed it down to that. So the current configuration you're fine, because the ejection force is going straight out each side. If you're vertical, then the ejection force is pushing up and down, and that seems to be where the rocket boosters actually collide with the craft. That's what I've narrowed it down to. But it's still a really weird bug that does that. The other thing is your speed as well. You're going over 700 and something meters a second, so that'll be fine. The bug is if they're in a vertical plane and you're doing under about 720 meters a second, they will collide with the vehicle. Unless you use separatrons, and that was probably the nicest separation I've seen in a long time.
I got a whole bunch of stuff was damaged by exhaust from the Sepratron, but you know, whatever.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Well, unless you're using stage recovery, who cares, right?
Pesky Sepratron.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can reduce that by just reducing the thrust so they provide a gentle nudge. Like, you can reduce the thrust or just have them at full thrust and then turn them to, like, 20% fuel or something. It just gives them a little kick and it just starts the movement. But, dude, that is such a stable ship. You should be really happy with that. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's a lot stabler than previous designs. A lot stabler.
Yeah, well, I honestly think you're absolutely 100% on the right track with those docking ports, because as soon as the ship loads, they magnetize, and the docking port seniors are so freaking strong, particularly when things are completely in alignment. It's good.
You've got potato internet, so you sound like a robot.
Yeah.
Robo coffee.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I wish I could get it fixed. They won't fix it though.
Yeah, they never will.
It is copper cable that is very old and has now been sold back to the government for about 3/4 of the price we sold it for. I'm not actually kidding. Our government has bought back an entire telecommunications infrastructure we sold as a going concern. The same right-leaning government bought it. Was the same right-leaning government that sold it. So anyway, so I am now stuck with this for the rest of my natural life, basically, unless I move, which I'm doing early next year.
Two places with better internet.
Alright, with those boosters, we're totally making it into orbit. With a full 1444.
A full payload.
Or, sorry, basically the largest tank. We can bring the largest tank into orbit now. So now we got a crazy refueling vehicle. We could actually take this up to... the space station. Yeah.
Yeah. You have excess Delta V, so yeah, you'd better nudge yourself up. And of course, at this point, those vacuum engines are going to be absolutely brilliant. They're going to use no fuel at all. So...
Why is there a flying castle with a baby carrier carrying a baby on my screen? What? Somebody was asking me about the playlist. I do have a playlist command, so if you want to go and check that out.
Nice.
Also, thanks for the follow, Dr. Phantom HD and Manderson. M. Anderson, probably. But you're now Manderson. And we have achieved orbit! Just barely, but we've achieved orbit with 174 meters second delta V to spare for our ascent delta V. We can now go ahead and release our payload. Oh, I forgot to attach a couple other... Oh, whoops. I forgot to do something. I'm missing my Werner engines in a certain direction. The forward and backward direction. So that might be an issue.
That might, or you just have to... Well, if you drive up sideways, you'll be fine. So you could... Yeah. But I suppose that's just...
So that's a design flaw. Or a feature. It's a feature.
Tappity tap.
Can we get this thing to move at all? This thing undock? I think it did. Maybe we just go ahead and tap on the engines a little bit. Push this thing forward, maybe. So we'll kind of nudge it in one direction. A little bounce. Yeah, there we go. We've created the
There's that
bouncing
one
maneuver.
direction again. Nice. That pesky one direction again. I'm just watching this waggle around inside the payload bay. That's interesting. Yeah, because you're gonna have to sort of move back a little bit and then kind of lift up or something or down.
Dude, coffee? Coffee? Coffee?
Yes. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I don't know why, but
Aw.
well, I don't know.
Because it's entertaining. That's why.
Oh, thank you very much. Really do appreciate that.
You're welcome. You should read the message though.
Oh,
think
I
it's appropriate.
need to read the message here. Okay, hang
Yeah.
on. I went ahead and released this thing. Great,
Okay, yep.
mate.
That's
I
what-
rate 8 out of 8. Now you need to land the HHLP on Duna. It's the HLLV, by the way.
Yeah.
New base or Elu? Go 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 go.
Good guy, Coffee.
Dude, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You really don't need to.
Yeah, but I will anyway. So there's that.
Okay, now we've released this thing. We can maybe get it at a later time. We're gonna now go ahead and see what we can do about returning back home. Okay, this thing is a little...
So there is now a random tank in orbit. Nice. Random tank should be very happy.
Wait. We don't have a Kerbal in this thing, I don't think. So we don't, like... Ah, dang it. We ran out of power. We ran out of power.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Solar panels might be a good idea.
Yeah, I don't have any batteries or solar panels or anything, so...
See, you missed a golden opportunity to put a probe part on that tank and call it random tank. I feel that you just missed an opportunity there.
Yeah, we got not enough electric charge. We can't activate the engines.
No,
We're done.
you're stuffed pretty much because you've got no Kerbal in there, so you've
Yeah.
got no override, so you're pretty much dead in the water. Or dead in
Yeah,
space.
I'm gonna go and revert flight, and we're gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
just fix this up, and get the rest of our parts and whatnot. Okay. So, how are we gonna connect the Verners here? Which direction? Outside, maybe?
Well, you could launch. If you hadn't reverted, you could have launched another LLV carrying another fuel tank with some batteries on it and a docking port, and you could have, and some RCS, and you could have driven the tank to the LLV, given it power to jumpstart it, so jumpstart your spaceship. There's a thing, and then refueled it and landed it. But that's okay. Reverting works too.
Reverting works too, you cheaty McCheaterson.
I honestly wasn't thinking that much. No, I wasn't. It's fine. I've been reverting as well, which is really bad in Korea. You shouldn't revert. Good night, Gav. Well, that's one way to do the engines.
Yeah, I think these will work like this.
Yeah, I think so. Or you could just use like a cubic octag or something and attach them to those. But yeah, that'll work. Oh, no. Have you got cubic octags unlocked yet? Actually, that's one thing with this now. We kind of don't need them anymore because of the adjustments and stuff and things. It's pretty good.
So that's 4 forward and 4 backward. I think it should be
Broadcasting.
good. Thanks for following Joe Bean Scounter and a Kinesis KSP. Welcome to the Quest, peeps. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate the follows. Okay, so got those there. So I think that's going to give us forward and backward, but we need batteries. I have yet to attach batteries to this thing. Where's my batteries and utility? 1,000 or 400? Where could I put these 1,000? I could put them right on the sides there. And put the solar panels directly to those. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Okay. I'm so rich, I just throw random fuel tanks in orbit. Yeah, I know, right? Alright. It's the magic of Sandbox. Mess up? Oh, well, you know.
Yeah, it's Sandbox. It doesn't really matter. I'm actually genuinely looking forward to having RSS 6.4 again and just not bothering with career or science, just going Sandbox and just building for the sake of building, to have fun building. I haven't done that in so long because basically I think it's the last 3 versions now. So this one, the one before, and the one before that have all just been science and career. I've not done any Sandbox really at all. So it's been a long time since I've kind of stuffed around with that, so. Very nice. Stand back. I'm doing science.
Yep. Alright, so we went ahead and added solar panels. We added forward and backward Werner engines, so we should get better control over our craft. Got batteries, solar panels, got action groups. One question though. No, so even though I do have tweakable everything, the fuel flow for tanks can't be tweaked yet. That'd be really cool though. We were talking about that the other day. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this launch again and see how we go. Later, us midget Ryan. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I forgot the sun panels. IPeer says.
Yes, sun panels of important powerness. So how many parts is this now? Because it seems pretty, like it seems to be running pretty smoothly.
344.
Oh, that's alright.
Yeah.
It's basically it's under 500. Anything under 500 and generally it's okay. Although it can depend on what the parts are, but it seems to be. So you'll have a little bit of lag there, but it's going to be almost real time. Looking at the clock, it's pretty much keeping up.
Alrighty, let's do another launch. Oh, I want to put more RCS on the payload so I can maneuver it out of the bay. Well, the craft will maneuver it. The craft will maneuver. So, all right, 3, 2, 1.
Meanwhile, I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. That's the thing, because you hear the excitement of the launch, and then 30 seconds later, launch.
Yep, I guess I'm launching random tanks, aren't I?
Yes, you are. Like I said, I think you had a... He's not... I don't think Random Tank's in chat, though. Oh, no, he is in chat. He or she is in chat, so... You could have launched a random tank. That's okay.
Thanks for following, JNK94. I'm getting closer to the 4K mark.
You are. You've got 45 away or something now. So 40 hour stream at 4K, show me. I think that's what we said, wasn't it? You know you want to. The thing is, I've got to manage being awake for 40 hours. That'd be the thing. But you can have lots of people on. So, but knowing you drag me through it for 40 hours for suggesting it. So.
Yeah, according to this, I'm at 3974, so just 26 more, and I'll hit the 4K. It's pretty exciting.
Wow, I have to reload. It's not keeping up with the thing.
Thanks for following Slenderman. Hello, Nukunoa.
Oh wow, yeah. So you, that's right, 36 and 26.
I guess 25 more now.
25, yeah. You'll be 4K in no time, dude. Well done.
when I get so close to 4K, it just happened.
It's the beard. Admit it. It's the beard that does it.
Beard is majestic.
You bearded people. That and the rockers. That's the ships.
Who was I watching the other day? I'm like, oh, there's another bearded streamer. It says
It's everywhere. Every freaking streamer has a beard. We're like an endangered. Us non-bearded people are like an endangered species now.
Join us.
Nuka Noah, you will find that the flight stick is kind of interesting to try and pilot a capsule, but for aircraft it's great. I'm being instructed to grow a beard now. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Hey, Nuki had a beard.
So yeah, Noki grew a majestic beard there for a while. And she had a hat with NASA written on it. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of odd.
That was really weird.
It was almost like you had a twin.
I know, it was really weird. I've not seen that before. It's all good, I suppose.
How much the PC
Oh, and Adel
cost?
has like... Yeah.
I haven't really put it all together because I use some old parts and some new parts. So it's kind of hard to say. I think less than $1,000 though. Or maybe about $1,000. It's kind of hard to say.
Adel's beard game is strong.
Oh yeah, Adel has the... It's majestic. And rocking the ponytail too, from what I remember.
Yep. Also, thanks for following Invader Spleen, Slenderman, and Serial76.
Yeah, and now I'm being instructed to grow a moustache. That definitely won't happen because that would just look weird. Moustaches without beards are a thing.
Yes, they are. They are things.
They are things. But mustache without a beard is kind of like a beer stein without beer. It just doesn't seem right.
Alright, we are at 50 kilometers. I think we can go ahead and deploy our solar panels. Solar panels, away! There we go. Now we got plenty of power. I use the really large solar panels. I should really just do the smaller solar panels, but the larger ones just are more impressive.
It looks like it's... I'm flying! I'm
Yeah.
flying! Try and catch me, Wendy!
Or neck bears. Yeah, I wouldn't want a bear on my neck.
Yeah, neck bears are pretty something weird. They're like moustaches without a beard. It's like you're trying, but you just haven't quite got there. You're missing something. This, I'm trying to figure out. This looks like one of those flying foxes, like the bats that stick their legs out. You know, like the fly. Yeah, it looks like one of those. It is very cool. The solar panels, dude, they just nail it. I'm
Take
flying.
a look at the solar panel waggle. Now with solar panel waggle.
Waggle. Oh, nice. Oh, because they're attached to the ends. So that shows you where the movement is. So you've moved the SAS, is it? Or no, it's because of the... It's actually pretty amusing. I must go. My people need me.
That is bad. No, it's fine. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
The waggle is nominal. What's interesting is I can hear the keyboard presses beneath it, and it's kind of easy. And of course the engines are waggling quite ridiculous as well because I've got a fairly stupid gimbal range. So you got the whole.
The HLLV,
It's alive.
It waggles when it's happy. It is a very happy craft right now.
Yeah, that's science.
Yeah, but Orange Flamey Phoenix, I got kind of a cheap Mobo. I only got it for like $100, which is a little cheaper than I'd prefer. And also, I didn't get I kind of skimped out on the power supply too. I got a Corsair. I like Corsair's power supplies. But I got the bronze instead of the gold. It's a 750 watt.
Yeah, the bronze is okay. The gold's
Yeah.
usually pretty good because of the it's more really the gold's really advantageous more for the warranty than anything else. I mean, they're very similar power supplies.
Also, I think the
are
construction on the gold's probably a little bit better.
yeah, the gold is a better construction, but you're really more paying for the warranty than anything, because if you look at the difference in the warranty, there's quite a big difference.
Yeah, it was only $40 difference, but I was like, I need to save some money, so I got the bronze instead. I was having a heck of a time trying to get the Molex connectors connected properly to my power supply and my fans. They just did not want to go. They were not the right size, so they're just barely stuck in there. And I can't really tell if that's the fan connectors or if it's the power supply connectors. And I'm more inclined to say it's the power supply connectors.
Oh, it's probably the fan connectors, dude. The fans in most cases are pretty, like the cabling and that's pretty crappy. Like
$50 Mobo, wow, holy crap, Teflon Mike.
Yeah. The board I've got, basically I've got all of the fans in my machine running off the main board, so that way the speed, they'll run as fast or slow as needed. So I think the two front one, yeah, so everything in mine's running off the main board, which is a bit more taxing on the power supply in some ways because it's got to go through the main board, but it works pretty well.
You know, the one thing I didn't skimp out on is the case. I got a Cooler Master HAF case, 932 or whatever. So high airflow. It came with all sorts of fans and whatnot. So this thing is going to be nice and cool. And I also got a liquid cooler, a self-contained liquid cooler for my CPU. So that was pretty nice to get. I mean, it all adds up, but the GPU is something I've had for a couple of years now. So it's a 660 Ti, a GTX 660 Ti. Anyway, all right, so let's go ahead and undock. Again, this is just a random tank. We're just leaving this thing here. This is just kind of a dummy payload. Leaving this thing to exit, kind of doing the whole Star Wars blockade runner capture maneuver here, or the reverse of that. But the cool thing was I got the 4790K i7, and it was cheaper than the 4770K. So it's like, well, might as well buy that. I mean, if it's cheaper.
Sorry, what was it? What was the?
I got the 4790K, so it's stock 4 gigahertz.
Yep. Which
is pretty freaking boss for.
What was it you were going versus? Sorry, what was the other one you were looking at?
The 4770, which was a very popular i7. So anyway, we went ahead and deployed our dummy payload here. We're going to go ahead and do a deorbit maneuver. And this time, we're going to be doing, like we've done before, we're going to add our maneuver here. We're going to set it to 200, like we've been doing with the shuttles, but we're doing the deorbit maneuver over a different location. So we're going to see if we can bring this thing back down. bring that about right there. Looks like we're already in deorbit position. Let's go ahead and unlock our auxiliary fuel for landing. The estimated known burn time is 11 seconds or something rather minute. Alright, let's go ahead and bring it just over that peninsula. Just like that. Thanks for following J-Man... J and... Is it Jane? Or J-Man the Beast? Something. Thanks for following. Do appreciate the support. Whoops, we almost hit our dummy payload in orbit.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Apka. Do appreciate the support there. I did kind of overburn by a tad bit, so we're gonna go ahead and undo our mistake. I don't have RCS with this thing. I'm using liquid fuel. It does simplify things. Definitely does simplify things. Anyway. Alright, let's go ahead and close out solar panels, do the re-entry procedure, and see how close we get to landing at the KSC. I think I probably overburnt, so I think we're probably going to be a little bit shorter. But since this thing is rather stable, we can go ahead and control from one of these locations. Control from here.
Nice.
Alright, let's see. Let's see how we do. I pronounce it linguine. Yeah, let's go to a linguine operating system. I could go for like a linguine alfredo right now. I haven't had pasta in quite a while. Pasta's like not the thing you ever want to eat if you're trying to lose weight. Also, you know, you never want to be alive during, you know, Christmas time either.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
yeah, it's the whole time of year is pretty bad, let's be honest.
got people always having you over for dinner, giving you all sorts of food, and it's a feast. Feasting on roast beast.
The crinkling.
Yeah, I'm looking for a chocolate. I got a bag of Hershey's chocolate here.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, I turned on some engines accidentally. Hit the space bar.
Oops.
Yes, whoops. Say your name. The Reaping Derp. You need attention. Well, if you're gonna if you're gonna be honest about it, I might actually do that for you. I require attention.
Nice.
Oh, the chocolate oranges? Oh, yeah. Those are good. So we're going on a completely ballistic trajectory here.
Good. That is the only way to re-enter. Apart from your entry, but you don't have that, so that's all good. Are you going to try and land at KSC? Very nice.
Yeah.
And you're hitting the hills at about 35. Perfect. You might be a little short, but on the bright side, you have a little bit of... Do you have any fuel left over? Yeah, you do, don't you?
Yeah, I got plenty. Plenty for
Nice.
landing. Might be overshooting, though. We will see.
Burn, baby, burn. Actually, no. Well, you're only 28 over the hills now, so I think you're gonna actually probably fall short. Depending on the... Yeah, although the drag is not really existent, is it?
I think I'm gonna overshoot.
Yeah, you might. It's always hard to tell.
Yeah, it is really hard to tell.
Your downhill velocity, though, is pretty high now. You're going to overshoot, but not by that much, I don't think. Oh, no, you're going to overshoot a lot. It is. It's so frustrating trying to...
Trying to guesstimate it.
Yeah. Well, you can probably arrest your horizontal velocity pretty easily. There you go. Perfect.
Got it. Nailed it.
Got it. Nailed it. There you go. Yeah, it's the joys of having the good old skipper engine. So good. Plenty of horsepower.
Yeah, being within a couple kilometers of the landing site, or the launch site is, I would say, convenient enough.
I would say it's pretty good, really, isn't it? Someone is suggesting you could put my emergency parachutes. The problem is at that altitude they wouldn't open unless you use... You could use drogue chutes.
I have put them on there before.
Or drag, rather. You can put drag
help.
chutes on. Because the drag chutes will open higher up. Going bad. You're falling at a very high rate at once. Yeah, I keep forgetting this has got a fairly insane amount of TWR once it's empty. Actually, that's the one thing that would be really nice for the KSC. Not having one runway, but having two running in different directions.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
And a couple of large landing, like helicopter, just straight surface helicopter pads. So yeah, there's a helicopter pads on top of the VAB, but just somewhere other than just green grass to land and or take off on.
200. You see our shadow?
Fuel warning.
Whoop, whoop.
You are bingo fuel. I'm watching those things. I'm wondering, is he going to get to the ground before he runs out of gas? Fuel.
Oh! I ran out of gas.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. But you're probably low enough that it... Oh. Well, you got landing gear, so you could probably land at just about any velocity.
I need to watch this again. I completely ran out of gas.
You ran out of gas just as you touched down. Wow, yeah, yeah. it cut out. It cut out about 2 or 3 meters off the ground.
Wow, I completely missed that. Wow.
Yep.
Well, we did it.
So that's how you land.
Nailed
it. That's efficiency, boys and girls. Using all of the fuel just at the right moment. Very nice. That's a highlight. I think you need to highlight that potentially.
Alrighty. So, The HLLV is back home. We kind of dented the landing gear a bit, so we'll need to go ahead and fix that. But, you know, it is ready to go for another launch. Yeah, alrighty. Recover the vessel. Yep. Stuck
Very nice. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Alrighty, so, I think I should try and bring that thing up to the, launch it again, and bring a fuel pod up. Well, I don't know how I'd be able to maneuver this thing around, but I'm thinking of... I'd like to bring, like, a huge fuel pod up to the space station. The thing is, we don't have a grabby-do. So where are we going to dock this thing to? We can dock it to that part right there. So yeah, this is the space station. In its complete form. We could bring a fuel pod up here, probably. It's just trying to get it installed. It's probably going to be a pain in the butt. But you know what? We should try it. We should try it. We'll need to adjust how the thing is docked or whatever. So yeah.
Are you gonna try and take it up to the station?
Yeah, we're gonna try and take a huge fuel pod up to the station, so we'll never run out of fuel.
Nice.
We can dock it to this other fuel pod. Things will be a little crazy. This thing will be super massive, but I think we can do it. How much doobie would a doobie-doo do if a doobie-doo could doobie... could do doobie? Could doobie-doo.
Is it a tongue twister? Yeah.
Am I using a lot of mods? As for parts, no part mods in this save. Absolutely no part mods. You want to go ahead and take a look at my mod list, you can run the mods command. As you can see, I don't have very many mods installed. I have Kerbal attachment system. You know, actually, no, I have that. I uninstalled that. I don't even have Kerbal attachment installed. But I'm probably gonna need to reinstall it because it's kind of required if I'm gonna land things with the doobie-doo. So if I wanted to land something really heavy, I could do that. But Kerbal joint reinforcement and procedural fairing. No, I actually don't even have that installed either. Do I? Maybe I do. No, I have procedural fairings. I haven't even been using those at all. Things I've been using a lot, though, are Kerbal Engineer and NavHUD. So.
Yeah, NavHUD is awesome. So is Kerbal Engineer. They're both fantastic mods.
You know what? You're right, Make One Be. I think it'd just be easier if I just, make the fuel pod pilot itself. It's a little... It's kind of against my nature. But I think if I just do that, I can solve the issue of getting this thing to fly properly. So
yeah, the other way you could do it is... Oh, sorry.
Nah. Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, if you could get the alignment correct and drive towards it so that the pod is in the right alignment and moving towards it, you could then release it and then just nudge the lander out of the way, and it would then basically just glide in and self-dock.
Every single time I've tried that, I failed.
It is hard work. I've managed to do stuff like that before, but it is difficult. And there's also shooting engines where you can use separate decouplers and shoot engines at other craft and then have them dock and stuff. It's a lot of fun, but it's painful to get lined up. And of course, the KSP is not 100% accurate with its maths, so things tend to veer off course really easily.
Installing
but you could get
the cupola module on the space station was it was great fun though. I had a lot of fun doing that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
See when I installed that thing?
I don't think I saw that.
I need to set up a highlight for that.
Yeah.
Basically, I used a decoupler to install it, and it just kind of shot right into place.
Yeah, you shoot it. That's it. That's the way to do it. What was I gonna say? You need to make sure that if this has got a probe part on it, it's called random_tank.
Yeah.
I feel that is an appropriate name. Either that or you could call it Scooby, but I think random_tank would probably be quite appropriate.
Put all sorts of docking ports on this thing, so we can always dock something to this piece. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this thing out of the bay area. Hopefully we will.
Just use the freeway? Okay, gotcha. Sorry.
Shimmy, use multiple KS winches around the inside of your craft so it can adjust the positioning of your... That's a really good idea. That's a great idea, honestly. I was thinking either that, right now, just thinking about that idea, I could use either that or Infernal Robotics, but we know how reliable Infernal Robotics has been lately. So. Also, thanks for following Philip Man 2000 and Flame Destructor. Welcome to the quest. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and launch this other thing. We're gonna take a fuel pod up to the space station, install it, and bring our LLV back home, hopefully without running out of fuel before landing. That's kind of an important thing, not running out of fuel. So, save. Let's go ahead and save this as the... This can be the HLLV 1, Mission 1. I think it's Mission 2. Well, let's call it Mission 2. And let's not have click-through, thank you.
Clicking is verboten.
Yeah. Save. Launch. You really like my Infernal Cheetah McCheaterson docking port? The one that completely broke every single time I made one? Alright, we need to wait. We can launch now. Yeah, let's just launch now. Lifting off. This is HLLV Mission 2. Evidently Jebediah is in the craft. Okay. Alright, Jebediah. Also, why is there a destroyed thing right there? I forgot. I must have landed something on there. Something... My auxiliary fuel tanks or something got destroyed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Shimmy, I just wanted to tell you. Good luck, Raw County.
No pressure.
Yep. Alrighty, lift off in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Jeb ain't scared. I missed some follows. Tora Christian, thank you for following. Hey, Mijan, how's it going? We've got a very working well version of the LLV here. Pretty happy with how this thing has been working. Doesn't pitch or yaw in any weird direction. need a battery on the fuel tank? Ah, crap, I might. Yeah. Probably. Well, that's gonna be a problem.
There's your problem.
Booster separation mods. I thought it was gonna be way scarier, but it just works.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Rascally Comic, Pumpernickel, and Melkes something. Welcome to the quest. Thanks for the support. Thanks for following. Fuel Blood has 9 docking ports, no batteries. Yep. Oof. Jebediah is on this mission.
Well, that'll make life interesting, won't it? Because we all know how he drives.
Yeah.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Tyler Stevenson 80. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Aurolus Duro. Thanks for following, guys. Like some sort of cow. Deploying solar panels. You know, the problem is I wasted a lot of fuel. Yeah, I wasted a lot of fuel stopping myself from overshooting. That's the reason why I ran out of fuel so in the way that I didn't want to. So I need to make sure I don't do that again.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Sariana and Maximized MC. Welcome to the quest. Alrighty. So, almost orbital velocity here. We'll need to wait just a little bit in order to rendezvous with the station. Looks like we're slightly off plane, but we'll go and worry about that in a minute. Hey, the Reaping Derp. And Space Ghost. How's it going?
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Seggies1. Welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Glade Falcon. Ah! I see what's going on. We got a really big streamer. We got Trump streaming KSP.
Ah.
So they've got currently 12,000 viewers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow. That's quite something.
Good to get that exposure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good to get the exposure, and of course there's bleed off. You know, people don't like to hang around.
True.
Sometimes don't like to hang around in a 12,000 viewer stream. Hello, DRG. How's it going? All right. So I think I'm gonna leave Jebediah up on the station.
Nice. That's a good safe place for him to be, let's be honest.
Yeah, because I still haven't really proven the landing of this thing, because I ran out of fuel just like seconds before landing, and it could have gone terribly.
So, yeah, this... And it's also, let's be honest, it's jib driving. We all know how jib drives, so...
And Kaharmar, how do you get to the point where you're not always blowing up? I would say keep it simple. I know a lot of people just want to build the craziest things, and I know that I'm kind of, you know, look at me, I've built this thing that's completely ridiculous, and you don't really need to build something like this to do what I'm doing. Keep it simple. Once you can do everything simply, you know, you can add more complexity if you'd like, but keep it simple. Sign of a good engineer, or a good design, is when you've removed everything you can, and you say, yep, this is all I need. Have you ever heard of that saying before? Basically, you remove everything possible, and it still works.
Yes.
But if you are unfamiliar of just like getting in orbit and that sort of thing, I do recommend watching some of the experts. You know, I'm not the best at explaining things, but there's Das Valdez, there's Scott Manley, and some others. You know, just look for KSP tutorials. One of the most important things is knowing how much fuel that you're going to need, or rather delta V, and having enough thrust at the get-go. Usually you only need 2 stages to get into orbit. And getting a total delta V of maybe about 45 to 5,000, dividing, you know, each stage roughly half and half in delta V, and knowing when to turn, keeping your thruster weight between like 1.4 and 2.0, or 1.4 and 1.8. It's kind of like range you want to have it in. For the lower stage, upper stage, 1.3 is pretty much fine. 10K, basically you'll just want to go straight up. 10K, you turn to 45 until your apoapsis is about 60 or 70, and you just go straight forward, straight to the horizon. And then you stop until your apoapsis is about 80, or if you need it to be higher, let it be higher, and then you get up to apoapsis and then circularize. 40% off is the best price you get for KSP. That is correct, Gamar. You'll probably never see it for any price lower than 40% off. It's one of those games that is definitely worth every penny, even at full price. But 40% off is a great deal. All right, let's go ahead and set our target here. Our relative inclination is 1/10 of a degree. Let's see if we can fix this. I'm using my Werner engines to slightly adjust my direction here. I'm hitting J on my keyboard, and you can see this is significantly changing my direction. Alright, looking good. Now for transferring up to the station, it might take a couple orbits here.
Broadcasting.
That is a little bit farther, so a little bit more than an orbit. Also, thanks for following Marlon Nasty, FFM, FCTD, Killer, Troiter. Welcome to the Quest, peeps. Mikey Red, Late Falcon. You appreciate the support. Smidget Ryan says he doesn't have a computer. That's interesting. Well, I guess if he's on a tablet. Alright, I'm making an assumption here. I just call a computer, I mean a tablet's a kind of computer. A tablet computer, right? Alright, 0.8. I'm trying to get this as close as possible. 1.7. No, we need it closer. 0.2, there we go. We got it. Should I use FAR or not? Depends on what you want to do. It changes the way the aerodynamics work, so maybe if you want to try it out. If you're kind of a noob, I would steer clear of FAR. But if you're up for the challenge and learning how FAR can completely ruin your life, yes. Check out FAR.
FAR is awesome. It just takes a bit to get used to.
Yes, yes.
because when flying's a little different, aircraft work a little differently, and spacecraft you can't go to like 10k and then just turn 45 degrees because you'll have some serious issues. So with fog and a spaceship, you basically have to turn through about 2 or 3 degree increments and follow the prograde market.
Yeah, you can't do the crazy 90 degrees, 45
No.
degrees. You can't do that. You'll flip.
No, you can't do the crazy Ivan, basically. It won't let you.
Is it bad that I own Star-Made Space Engineers in KSP? No, that's awesome.
No.
I was thinking about doing some Space Engineer stream sometime in the future. I like the way that they changed the game. So
Yeah, the latest update's really nice.
Yeah.
It's just there's some serious bugs right now. Like I was playing it last night, and I have quite a few ships. I've managed to hijack quite a few, and I had a few landed on a platform. And the legs right now phase through platforms at
Ooh.
random moments, which means all of your ships explode if you try and then move them. If you try and remove the obstacle that the foot is or the landing leg is stuck in, then the ship explodes. If you try and get into the ship to rescue it before it explodes. So yeah, it's kind of basically unplayable right now. The landing leg, well, it's not unplayable. You just cannot use the landing legs for anything. So you can't have it attached to anything. You have to have them all separate. If you do that, you're fine. But I'm sure they'll fix it. But
all right, we're ready for a transfer burn up to the space station. Experience some turbulence and explode. Yes.
explode, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm tempted to start streaming. Okay. Now that these actual is, because the problem was I started streaming Kerbal, Space Engineers. I was gonna say Kerbal Engineers, which would be wrong.
Kerbal Engineers. It would be
yes,
an
it's a crossover.
amazing game.
It would
Kerbal
be
and Space
awesome.
Engineers.
Combined, their powers combined, they become Voltron.
I would be.
I play it.
I would never
Yeah.
stop playing.
Yeah, I think that would be just
If I
the
could be
perfect game.
Jebediah and just fly around, and like I'm out and mining asteroids and
Yeah.
building rockets like that.
So the latest update basically means it's worth streaming again now because there is always something new to look at. There are going to be random community ships that drop in various different places. Sometimes you'll find ships that are buried in asteroids. So there's a lot more interesting things going on now. The netcode for the multiplayer server still makes me cry. It's just awful. But single is okay. And I think if you share a session, it's pretty good too. But I found that the multiplayer server has they tend to allow pretty catastrophic bugs to reappear in it all the time. Like the assembly bug, which has occurred I think twice now, where you can use the assembly, nobody can use the assembly thing at all, so you can't assemble anything, which is kind of
Yeah, I was playing with Nearhigh the other day, and we were playing for about 2 or 3 hours, and we were having a good time. But basically, we're just exploring in his craft.
Yeah.
It was taking quite a while, but you know, we were making progress.
Yeah, see, the problem that I had is I have, well, my save basically died, but I'd hijacked a military transport, which is the big military ship, you know, with a big payload bay, so it was perfect for carrying stuff around in. So you could basically throw all of your various ships in there and just, you know, land them on the insides of the cargo bay and away you go, and you could just go on a big old expedition. But all my ships exploded, so there's very few of them left. So my drilling rig exploded, my interceptor exploded, my welder exploded, my grinding machine also
Everything
exploded. Basically, everything basically exploded. Anything that was landed, because I was retarded and didn't realize that there might be a problem with the landing gear. Either that or I didn't expect the game developers to break the landing gear again after they've done it about 4 times. I probably should have learned my lesson. But anyway.
You guys are making me miss my pirate ship.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I need to start playing it again. It'd be good to actually get a group of people playing it. I think it'd be quite good fun. But unless they fix the code, the multiplayer servers, you can only really play them for so long before the save corrupts, and then you have bad time. So, and that's the thing that killed it, really, for most people, is that you can only run it for, you know, a few days or something, and then some random thing will happen and your save is completely toasted. So it's kind of frustrating. But it'd be fun to play again. I had fun last night until everything exploded. That kind of annoyed me, so I stopped playing. But...
Yeah, the developers have said that they want to add multiplayer to KSP, but they haven't really put any timetable on that. They just said that they'll eventually get to it. So just whenever. Yeah, it's not gonna be a while.
No, and I half expect if they do that, they might drag in the DMP developer. To be honest,
Yeah.
it would be smart. It would be smart to have a chat to him about what he's done, because it's buggy and it's unstable. But that's because he can't access, well, not legitimately anyway. He can't access some of the internal functions because there are sections of the code that are open, so to speak. That mod, you know, like the API basically allows them to access a whole bunch of stuff, but there's some verboten stuff that you're not supposed to touch.
Yeah.
And it's all obfuscated code and stuff. And if he was able to access that core code, then I think it would be a very different thing. I think it would actually be reasonably stable. It would still be derpy because multiple people occupying the same locations in space is always exciting. And no game really handles that particularly well. But I reckon something like DMP, if it was able to leverage the internal code, I think would be pretty amazeballs.
So now I'm basically just getting myself positioned so I can attach this fuel pod to the station here.
Nice.
What mods am I using? You can go and take a look at the mod list below, or run the mods command on the chat channel thing, Nightbot command, and you can go ahead and take a look at my mod list. I said I do have Kerbal attachment system installed. I actually don't have that installed right now, but I probably will be installing it again.
Alright, I'll be back in a bit. I need
Alright.
to find some food and sustenance. The Aussie talks too much. Yes, I know, I'm sorry. I will be back later.
Alright. Is Matt still here? Or did he go?
And then there were two.
Or is he gone? Did he hang up?
I'm here.
Okay, alright.
I've just been quiet.
So we're just getting into range here. We're getting 2 into range. We need to go ahead and adjust our velocity here.
That station looks great from far off.
Thanks. I had a great time putting
It's
it
got that
together.
space station feel.
Yeah. I just wish the solar panels were larger.
Yeah, wait, the game could definitely use larger panels as a whole.
I don't know what we'd use them for, because the large ones are like pretty big already, you know, in power generation. If there was something that used a lot of power, other than like ion engines, I don't know.
That's it. We'll build an ion engine array.
Which mod was allowing you to control XYZ on part attachments? That's stock. That is 0.90 stock. People are like, still are really confused about what's mod and what's stock here. Yeah, really the only mod stuff you see is Kerbal Engineer and NavHUD, honestly.
Clouds, good sir.
Yeah, I've yet to install the clouds. I was thinking about doing that.
Kerbal just feels bald without them.
Yeah, it is pretty bald. Alright.
What's that little space plane up there? I just noticed it.
It is the Wonkavator space shuttle.
I like the name.
It's kind of a scary spacecraft. Landing the thing has not been the most reliable.
Let me guess. It goes up and out?
It lands at ridiculous speeds. That's all I'm gonna say. At like 150. It doesn't glide with crap. And that's with like a triple wing. Maybe it's just double wing.
You like living on the edge, don't you?
Yeah. The Hercules space shuttle works pretty well. Remember, this is a sophisticated laboratory, so be touching nothing. This is Russian space station. Armageddon's one of my favorite movies. It's an awful movie.
It is. Oh. It's awful, but it's good.
I love it.
It's back. That's such a classic.
And the crazy Russian, he kind of just makes the film. That whole bit is just fantastic.
So this is a larger fuel pod, and this is where we're gonna go ahead and put Ben Affleck Herman, and he's gonna be like, "This is the lever." That's where he's gonna live.
Tappity-tap.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this thing close. But not too close. Keep your distance. But don't look like you're keeping your distance. I don't know, fly casually. Sorry, I like Star Wars.
It's okay. You're amongst friends. It's fine.
I'm allowed to like Star Wars while playing a really nerdy game. So is this allowed? Is this allowed?
I think it's pretty much presumed, isn't it?
What does fly casually even mean?
Be right back.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and F5 this. I didn't add any extra batteries to the fuel pod, so I don't know if this is going to be able to successfully undock or whatever, but we're going to try. Okay. Let's go and back up a bit. F5 for safety, undock, and we'll see if we can fly this fuel pod into position. Decouple node. How are we doing on power? Okay, first things first. Toggle torque. There we go. We're going to control this thing entirely using RCS here. Control from here. There we go. Yes, there was some sort of cow. There was. I don't remember which episode it was, but I do remember them having an episode about that. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this thing out of here. Dang it. Time for some Cheaty McCheaterson. Whoop. Cheats! Yes, I know. It was cheats.
You're hacking again, show me.
Nah, yeah, what I time warped so it phased through. Oh, I don't have roll control. That's concerning. Feature easy, McFeatureism. That's funny. Could have been solved with a ruler, yeah.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following MLG Kiki1, welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Shadow Club 154, welcome to the quest.
Broadcasting.
And Dennis JC 1337. Thanks for the follows, guys. Do appreciate the support. Man, I'm running out of electric charge quick. This is really concerning. If I fly this thing without the reaction wheels, it'll work out a little bit better. I'm already at 2/3 power. This thing is wobbling like crazy. Thanks for following Toto 2001. Alright. Approaching the docking port at roughly 40 centimeters a second. As long as we can get this thing docked, I'll be happy. I look like Frodo with a beard. That looks cool, by the way. Alright. At least it looks cool. I'm happy about that. At least you think it looks cool.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for following Maver and MS Painting.
Broadcasting.
And Martin JC. Welcome to the quest, peeps.
Broadcasting.
And Popcassin.
Broadcasting.
And JCR1231. Thanks for follows, guys. Did I hit 4K, by the way?
Apparently you've hit...
Yeah, I hit 4K.
Reloading.
Awesome.
Nice! 40-hour streamers go. Show me when's it happening.
No, 40-hour stream. No. You guys are crazy. Your 40-hour streams.
You could do a 4,000-minute one, if you like, if that's easier.
That's just as hard.
Oh, come on, that's only 66.66 hours.
60 hours?
Broadcasting.
And I'm not kidding. 66.6667,
Broadcasting.
if you want to get technical.
Yeah. So we need to be technical. This is a very technical stream. Okay. We don't have any roll control here. We're at half electric charge.
You could always do a 4,000-second stream.
How long is that?
It's like about 60 minutes. A bit over 60 minutes.
It's 1.1 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, that... that bump. And docked! Fuel pod is docked.
Did you boop it too hard?
No, it bumped, but we're okay. So now, we've got plenty of fuel here on the station.
Ooh.
Also, thanks for
You
following
bumped it, alright.
Din, Rockboy, and Dago Sack. Welcome to the quest. 4K, Half-Life 3 confirmed, yes. Alrighty. So now, we're going to go ahead and bring this one down, but I'm kind of afraid of bringing Jebediah down with me. Also, Jebediah really wasn't supposed to be here, since I do have Crew Manifest on, but I just figured I wouldn't even bother with him. I'm going to go ahead and transfer Jebediah into the space station. Kind of unsure about the reliability of the LLV landing procedures, so we're not going to...
Well, I still think Jeb should be the one. If you're going to accidentally,
I'm not gonna kill Jeb.
but Jeb would be the perfect guy for the test, because if he accidentally croaked because of his piloting skills, A, you can blame Jeb.
It is the
and
Jebediah
B,
Space
it was
Nautics
Jeb.
Exploration Administration. We can't have
So
the
what
Jebediah
better way
of
to
the Space
memorialize?
Nautics.
Yeah, but generally, when you name a enterprise or a thing after a person, they need to be dead. So since Jeb is still alive, I think your core mission is to find an appropriate, heroic method for Jeb to accidentally kick the bucket, so that the Jebediah Space thingammy name that I can never remember it memorializes Jeb. I think it's very important.
Space Nautics thingy. Only 20 hours to go? Oh, jeez.
Only 40 hours to go, dude.
I'm not advocating to kill Jeb. I'm not advocating to kill anybody. I've killed 4 people in this save already. 2 were my fault. 2 weren't my fault. The Kraken got them, and I really couldn't do anything about them.
Was it the wing glitch?
Yep, it was the wing glitch. It was absolutely the wing glitch. It completely just destroyed my shuttle on re-entry.
Wing glitch is space glitch? Not really.
Fix your game, squad!
Fix your game, Gaben.
It would have been 6
Well, thanks, Golf.
people on that accident, but it was only 2, because I was able to position the cockpit so it would be less likely to explode on impact. Bran and somebody else. I always just remember Bran because Bran and who else was it? I don't know.
Why?
Broadcasting.
Your brand.
My Bran.
Broadcasting.
My Bran.
Thank you for following. Thanks for following. I see what you did there. Yeah, but it's really laggy because I'm like, the game's been open for over 4 hours, and I've got a whole bunch of parts loaded here. Yeah, Gappy. I don't know Gappy that well, so that's why I keep forgetting. Alright, as soon as the station unloads here, we'll be running at faster speed. He won't come back? Probably not. I don't think I have the thing where it makes them respawn. Alright, station unloaded. Well, thanks for hanging out. Crew M. Melkus, I guess. Now I need 4 stations? Why do I need 4 stations? Oh, just because I killed people doesn't mean that I need more stations. It just gives me more names to name things after. I think I overshot this. I'm trying to get into the parking orbit I usually put my craft in. Am I going up or down? Let's go down a bit. So, I'd rather end up short than long when it comes to landing. So, we'll just go ahead and plan for that. Go ahead and do it about right here. I'll be changing it again. Oh, it's not just 200. There we go. And I just want to go ahead and thank Raider Nick. He just donated 2 more copies for KSP. So I've got quite a few copies of KSP.
Nice, dude.
I think I might be doing a giveaway here pretty soon. Might do one tomorrow, honestly. That gives me at least 5 copies of KSP that I could give away. I won't be doing a marathon, but yeah, I could give away some copies. So yeah, stay tuned. If you're interested in getting a copy of KSP or getting a copy of KSP to somebody else, you know, hit that follow button. Next time I stream, I might be giving away some copies of KSP. Do a marathon, just 14 hours? I could do 14 hours. But why 14?
Broadcasting. Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
Sorry about that, Kamar. Well, you know,
Broadcasting.
it's definitely worth every penny. It's definitely worth every penny it is.
Broadcasting.
I would say most of the KSP community is really enthusiastic about the game. There's no other game like it, so they want to share it with as many people as possible. Just because we're nerds or something. I don't know why, but we just really want to share it. And that definitely got me a lot of follows. I just said follow.
Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
Hey, Quetzy! How's it going?
Incoming.
Dude, Quetzy now hosting for 73! Dude!
Broadcasting.
Thank you!
Oh wow, that's awesome, dude.
Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
The follow train is real.
Broadcasting.
The follow train is real.
Broadcasting.
I'm not gonna read all these names. I'm sorry, peeps. Thank you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows.
40-hour stream, Jimmy. 40 hours.
Oh dear.
Do it for the people. For the kids.
Alright, I think about right here. That's what we want to do. Yeah. I think we're ready for the burn. Deorbit maneuver here in just a moment. Give us 1,000 meters a second of delta V for landing. Thing is, the suicide burn doesn't really tell me the right information. In atmosphere, it gives weird information. It says I'm past my suicide burn. Wobbly, wobbly, wobbly.
You can do it.
I think the LV is happy. It's doing the happy dance. The LLV is really, really happy right now. Alright. Quit your wiggling waggling. There we go.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Yep. Just 20 more hours to go. That freaking face. I was so done. You know what? I'm never gonna get the wing glitch with this thing.
See, there's a silver lining.
Yep, there's
always
a
a silver lining.
silver lining with that.
Perfect. What's not to like?
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, cue the fuel tank glitch, where the fuel tanks just explode for no reason. It'd be my luck, wouldn't it? Alright, turn off those engines, turn on these engines. Have I ever just caught myself just eating butter? What a weird question. No, I don't think I've ever just caught myself just eating butter.
It's always been purposeful, hasn't it, Shimmy? I mean, honestly.
What are the best mods for Rendezvous and docking? I'd recommend Kerbal Engineer. Well, for Rendezvous, you don't really need anything special for Rendezvous. You can do that with stock. But for docking, NavHUD. I definitely would recommend NavHUD. If you don't want to use the whole thing in the sky like this, then you can either get the Navy Fish docking indicator, or you could get the Navball docking indicator. Those two are same thing, in a different sort of format. But any sort of docking indicator. NavHUD has a docking indicator in it, so yeah.
Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
Alright, let's see here.
Broadcasting.
Hopefully we'll end up short. I'd rather end up short than long.
Broadcasting.
Thanks for the follows, guys.
Broadcasting.
Holy crap, we're at 460.
Broadcasting. 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 Broadcasting.
Great, the follow chain. It's never gonna stop.
Broadcasting.
No, it isn't. You have 460 people watching you right now.
That's insane.
Do you feel special? That is insane. That's awesome, dude. I hit just on 300 earlier in the week. It was crazy. I don't know where they all came from, but that is amazing.
Broadcasting.
I'm just thinking if this was the sound that I have, the doorbell would be going off
Yeah.
constantly.
Hey Zogs, how's it going? Yeah, I think I'll be short this time.
It's a good thing you got some spare fuel. Sort of.
I'd rather land on the surface than in the water. I don't think raid happened. I think a really popular streamer switched games. Also, it says dinner on their screen, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing they took a break and said, hey, go check this dude out or something. I don't know. Or maybe the power of your beard dragged them into chat. I like to think so.
No, I don't think so.
You're 4,044 and following. 44 hours and 4 minutes and something seconds.
So now I'm definitely short, but I'd rather be short than long here. I'll be 12, 13 kilometers away. Alright, what are we at? Altitude terrain, 900 and falling.
Terrain, pull up,
Terrain.
pull up.
700.
Don't sing. Bingo fuel.
600. 500. 400.
Fuel one.
300. 200. Touchdown! Alrighty. And
Perfect.
it says 0 seconds of fuel left, but we definitely do have fuel in there. Alrighty, nice! Looks like we didn't really damage anything, I don't think. Nothing exploded. We're done! Alrighty, so this thing can be captured and stored. Those landing lights definitely do help. It did bow a little bit.
The power of the sun.
Alright. Let's go and recover a vessel. You got a craft file for that? I only built it today, so not yet. I might want to do some other things. Let's go ahead and recover some of this stuff. Cover my shame. Gotta get rid of my shame here. So, why don't we say, we, land the Wonkavator, huh? Am I partnered? No, I'm not partnered.
The Wonkavator?
Yep, the Wonkavator is the very scary craft up at the space station.
Oh, is this the space plane that basically falls much like the shuttle?
Yeah, it's a very scary thing.
Cool. I think you should do it.
Let's go ahead and land the Wonkavator.
Fine, Jimmy. You can do it. Put Jeb on board. I think it's important.
Jeb's not supposed
No,
to
I
be there.
don't have
He
a
doesn't
escape pod.
exist. We'll go ahead and get him with something else. Maybe a escape pod.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Is KSPTV partnered? Yes and no. I mean, they've got the features, but they don't get money or anything like that. So... they don't have a sub button. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and... undock the Wonkavator.
Broadcasting.
Do we have enough fuel, by the way?
Broadcasting.
We can always just refuel, too.
Broadcasting.
Where's the fuel in this thing?
Broadcasting.
Oh, I think I completely refueled it up.
Broadcasting.
I think I might need to turn down my
Broadcasting.
broadcasting to about 50%.
Broadcasting.
Potato mode.
Potato mode.
Broadcasting.
Potato.
My life is potato. There we go.
That mad follow chain, it just keeps going, going, going.
Alright.
These follows are potato.
Control from here. There we go. We're now bringing the Wonkavator out. We'll now bring it back down to our target, or our parking periapsis, or parking orbit, and then go ahead and plan for another orbit, another deorbit procedure here. Hopefully we won't kill anybody by doing this. And since I have like completely full fuel, I think if we get a little bit too scared, we can always just go in for another pass. We need those things that they use on aircraft carriers that kind of stop the airplanes from going any further. What are those?
Arrestor cable.
Yeah, the arrestor cables.
I would think arrestor cables would be very useful. Also, would be useful is more than one runway. I think.
Yep.
I think I've mentioned that before. That'd be so. Are those air intakes in the wings, or something else?
No. These are fuel tanks in the wings.
Ah.
Derpy little fuel tanks in the wings, yeah. And so the fuel, or the center of mass doesn't change.
Sneaky.
Yeah. You just travel...
You do like putting...
Yes, you get an award. What's that?
You do like putting fuel tanks in wings, don't you? Which
Yes.
makes sense, because wings usually do have... That is another thing that would be useful. A wing that could contain fuel. It would make balancing a pain in the proverbial, but it would still be nice to have wing tanks, as in... tanks. Yeah, that'd be good.
It's been probably a week since I last flew the Wonkavator, so I might not be used to this, so we might see some issues here. Alrighty. Parking orbit. Preparing for landing. Be doing another night landing here. Let's go ahead and F5 for safety. In case we get another wing glitch, we can always reload.
Yes, because you've got stacked wings, haven't you? That seems to be one of the triggers.
There we go. Hey Shimi, can you make a realistic space shuttle? Is my space shuttle not realistic?
I think your space shuttle is very good. Thank you very much.
I think mine's realistic.
You can do it, Shimmy. I believe in you.
Yeah, we're doing our deorbit maneuver here. Go ahead and F5 again. Oh, okay. I can show off my my space shuttle. I'm pretty happy with it, honestly. When I don't get a wing glitch, I think it flies pretty well.
I think it flies pretty well, even after the wing glitch, to be honest. It tries its best.
Yeah, but it still, like, exploded for no reason after that.
Yeah.
So I
yeah,
had, like,
well,
2 glitches.
Yeah, wing glitch. It seems to be a thing.
Alrighty. Preparing for landing. This is gonna be scary. It's better for these space shuttles to come up short because they can glide into position. What mod makes these lines? That's NavHUD. The NavHUD mod. Everybody asked that question. They must know.
Cheat hard! Cheat hard! Actually, no, it's a fantastic HUD. Absolutely brilliant.
Also,
Broadcasting.
I don't have a lot of fuel left. Let's go ahead and switch to air breathing. I have barely any fuel left. Hopefully that isn't going to be a problem. Thanks for follows, guys. What mod is what engine? This engine? Everybody keeps asking me what mods are these. All the parts are stock. This is the Rapier engine. Jeez, guys. It's not a mod. Give them a promotion. Alrighty, iPeer, you are now super mod. Promotion has been given. Promotion means nothing, but has been given.
Congrats, I.
Now you have the capability of double firing Nick the Jedi. What mod is that hat? What mod are those fuel lines?
Broadcasting. Broadcasting.
Oh my god, the crash logs in my KSP data folder.
You'll have quite a few of those, won't you, at this point, Matt?
I think I just deleted 12 from today.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem, I swear.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
Really should I appear?
Fairly interesting re-entry angle you've got going
Yeah,
on there,
trying to
Shimmy.
do the S turns to get me lined up properly.
Yeah.
There we go. Wow! Wow! Alrighty.
I'm guessing it's getting a little bit frisky now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Stacked wings, man. Stacked wings give you a lot of lift. The problem is they give you a little too much lift at ground level. This is where, like, thicker, larger wings in KSPTV would be nice. I mean, granted, we've already got large wings and there's a whole heap of different panels, but something with a thicker cord would be nice. With more lift. Mock mode the RCS on? Yeah, I suspect it probably is, because it looks like it flies a bit like a brick. In that you point it in a direction, it more or less goes in that direction, but if you try and shift it, it doesn't really want to.
Alright, coming in for the landing here. Control. Control. Whoa. Brakes. Brakes. And landed.
Very nice.
That thing bounces. This is a very scary craft. The Wonkavator. Alright, but we went ahead and brought our Kerbals home. Who do we got here? Sum 192, Zeus 500. We got Darth Andrea. Okay. Tay something Kerman. Team Tyranno. I have to be honest with you guys. While you guys weren't looking, I took my Kerbal and put him into the space station. I took him out of the craft because I didn't want to kill my own Kerbal. So he's still up there in orbit. Because you guys...
Shimmy.
Yes.
I am disappointed. I am terribly... I noticed that you were Sans Kerbal, and I'm a little disappointed.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I did say that if I kill my own Kerbal, I'd delete the save. That's the thing. So yeah. Alrighty. So let's go and recover the vessel. I imagine a couple people might want to see my shuttle system. So I'm gonna go ahead and show that off right now. So right now up in orbit we have me and Jebediah in the space station, and we're never coming down. Because I wasn't even supposed to be here.
Disturbing.
If lack of faith, it's the Wonkavator. That's a very scary craft. That's very difficult to fly.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Alright, let's go ahead and load up the Hercules craft here. I don't use far or near, not in the save. This is pretty much a stock sort of install. Okay, what do we have installed here? Nothing. We need to install something.
Broadcasting.
Let's give us a dummy payload. What is this? What is the mass of this? 18? Let's give it this, I guess, and give it some spacing. I'm just gonna launch a dummy payload here to show you how this space shuttle works.
Cool.
2 of those there. Close. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Daddy eye.
Broadcasting.
I clicked on the wrong thing and it removed my entire everything. A command share attached to a chute? Yeah, I could do that. That'd be possible. Close. There we go. Let's go and launch the Hercules. This is the Hercules shuttle. Hercules launch system, lift system. It is a pretty much fully working shuttle, assuming it doesn't disintegrate due to wing glitches. On re-entry, it flies really well. I definitely like it. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I saved it. I didn't want to save it. Oh, well. Let's go and launch it. Alright, so we got Build, Bomb, Gemini, Richfell, and Ertree. Preparing for liftoff here. It's actually launched during daytime. It would be nicer. Alright. Preparing for launch. Lifting off in 5, 4. Wait, hang on. Hold. 5, 4. Oh wait, hang on a second.
Hold.
Hold. 5, 4, 3,
Fuck, man.
2, 1, and liftoff of the Hercules lift system, taking the Hercules space shuttle and a dummy payload into orbit for demonstration purposes. Roll program is complete. Also, I might have not turned off the fuel flow on this thing. Uh-oh. Guess I just can't look at it.
Oh, yeah, because you gotta fly. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Uh-oh. We gotta roll.
Uh-oh, daddy-o.
Yeah, I lost control here. We've lost control. Roll program to compensate for a slightly inaccurate liftoff here. Okay, we're looking good. We're looking great. This thing can roll like crazy. It's all those SAS wheels there. Beginning orbital pitch maneuver. Alrighty, looks like our ascent is solid. Turning off 2 of the booster engines to keep the thing from over-torquing now. We'll have booster tank empty. Now we have flame out and clean separation.
Nice.
Boosters have separated.
That boosts it, man. They just sort of roll around like crazy.
I figure it's the safest way of getting those separated.
Like they're doing barrel.
Yep. Alrighty, looking good here. Nearing orbital velocity. Did I use part clipping? Well, in the newest version, really part clipping is something that you can do without even activating the menu or anything like that. You can just basically gizmo it up and everything attaches. So it's part of the game now. So yeah, I put them in here. They need to be at a very specific angle for it to work, and that's the angle I came up with. So yes, they are clipped, but I don't even need to open up the Alt F12 menu to activate part clipping. It just works now. I use features. Yes. They are now features, they are no longer cheats. Why do they shut down the shuttle program? It's expensive. Very, very, very expensive. Alrighty. Let's go and separate our E-tank here. I'm so hungry. How do they get people to the ISS? Using a Russian rocket called a Soyuz and their Soyuz spacecraft. That's how they get people to the ISS. E-tank separates. Disable main engines. We can go ahead and enable our orbital fuel here. We'll go immediately for a re-entry.
That tank drops away very nicely. So have you got Separatrons on it just to nudge it? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah. How good are Separatrons?
Yeah, Separatrons are great.
And then you have your fuel enabled and away you go.
Yep.
I like the placement of those fuel tanks too, dude. I think that's really nice.
The fuel tank actually emptied. Yeah, that was kind of part of the reason why I was having issues flying. Is because the fuel tank drained out of the entire thing. So we're just going to go and get rid of it now.
Have you considered putting...
I just need to set it up so it just... I can set the docking port using tweakable everything to not do fuel crossfeed. You know, that's a feature that you can enable at launch, but with tweakable everything, you can just set it prior to launch, which is really convenient. So we're just getting rid of that. Have I orbited the sun? Yeah. Are Separatrons used in real life? Kind of. Yeah. In various situations.
Sort of, yeah. Well, they're not. I don't think they're called. They're obviously not called Separatrons, but there are on. I'm pretty sure on the. If you watch the shuttle launch, there are some. There's something very similar to the same thing in the one of the engine mods, KW Rocketry. The nose cones have little thrusters in them that basically push. I think the solid rocket boosters have a slight bit of propellant. I think they use to push them apart. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what I thought, right, Nick. So, shuttle has separators in the nose cones and in the bell at the bottom. So yeah, there's the little, I think they're just solid boosters or something that just propel them away from the craft, so there's no collision risk.
So what do I have here in the bay? I have a little extra monopropellant. I have an extra crew cargo or crew area, a crew cabin. I've got a drone core, got a bunch of reaction wheels, and my docking port. So this thing can go up to the space station and dock with it, and also do other things. It could bring stuff up to the space station. The space station that you saw earlier was entirely built by this shuttle, so, you know, it's a pretty useful device. Let's go ahead and close the shield. And we'll go ahead and plan for immediate re-entry. If this thing breaks up because of the wing glitch, I'm just going to completely revert, because it's not you know, that's just a glitch I can't really do anything about. So
Yeah, I would just revert and just immediately revert if it does that, because it's not something that you can control at all. So that's revert, I think.
So like before, we'll do a 200 meter second delta V burn here. About right there. Yeah, hot staging is best staging. Yeah, the Proton launch that I watched earlier today, they did a hot staging. Basically, they activate the main engines, the engines of Stage 2 while Stage 1 is still firing. So say that my space shuttle here is Stage 2, and this taco truck right here is Stage 1. The main engines of this, as it's going up into space, the engines on here would activate before it actually separates, and these turn down, and it would just basically, and as soon as these engines flame out, then it breaks away. And the important thing is while you're in orbit, you have to consider, or while you're in space and while you're in 0G, you have to consider that fuel is just going to kind of float there. It's not going to go in a certain direction. While you're on the launch pad, all the fuel is going to be forced down to the bottom of the tank. But while you're in 0G, the fuel is just going to bounce around. It might not actually enter in, you know, the turbo pump. So, why they do hot staging instead of using like special burner engines, they keep the complexity of the entire system simple, so they don't have to add those extra separatrons. Basically, with, you know, not separatrons, but basically something to keep a G-force activated. Because say if you've got some sort of craft with no force being applied to it, and you want to ignite the engines, you need to either apply pressure to force everything through the engine, which might not be entirely reliable, or you need to like activate some engines that kind of push the rest of the fuel back so you can activate the main engines. But yeah. Anyway, taco truck, space shuttle.
I think the important thing here is, why do you have a taco truck on your desk?
Why don't I? Why wouldn't I have a taco truck? Why don't you have a taco truck?
I don't know what answer I expected.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that you're surprised, to be honest. It is a taco.
Tacos on the side.
This is Shimmy, and Shimmy totally has tacos on the side.
Now I'm surprised he doesn't have a burrito truck on his desk.
I'm more about tacos, but burritos are good too. Got little tacos there. Got some stuff. I don't know what brand this is, but it's probably just some sort of generic brand.
Taco the JJ.
Alright, let's go ahead and squish my head there. Yep, the taco truck was a present. Yes, it was.
I think it's hilarious.
A very good friend of mine got me that taco truck. Probably the best Christmas present I got was that taco truck right there.
It's pretty cool, as you have to admit.
That taco truck is going to be your shuttle, isn't it?
I think you have to build a taco truck.
In KSP? Yeah.
Yes, you have to build and launch a taco truck, Shimmy.
Sounds like a good idea.
I think so.
Did I catch your question, Aqualux? I don't think I did. Shimmy, did you ever take this shuttle interplanetary with a pusher unit you carried up? No, I haven't. I'd be afraid of trying to land this thing on Duna. This thing is really only... I mean, a shuttle like this is really only designed to go from Kerbal surface to low Kerbal orbit and back. I mean, see kind of no real other point of bringing it anywhere else.
Are you dropping frames?
Am I dropping frames? No.
No, I don't think so.
Huh. I saw a spotter there.
Shimmy. Two things. One, you know how your icons are fuzzy on in the game?
Yeah.
Yep. There's an option in not texture replacer, the
Active texture.
yeah, you can exclude or tell it to not process toolbar, and that'll fix it. So they'll go back to being normal. Whereas
they should have that set by automatic, because why would you want...
I don't know why. Yeah, because it's enabled by default, and I went in and disabled it, and then turned off the compression, and it fixed all of the buttons. The second thing, I've just realized, you now know your first payload for the HLLV. You have to build a payload that can hold a taco truck inside the HLLV.
All right.
His will be done.
I think that needs to happen, Jimmy. You need to build a taco truck and then land it with the HLLV.
Sounds good. So somebody was asking me how I have two engines attached to a propellant tank. I have these two girder segments attached to it. They're kind of in backwards. They give you two nodes. I attach them onto that and then move them about. It's pretty simple. Okay, it looks like I'm going to be a little short here. That's no problem, though. Like I said, it's better being a little short than a little long in these approaches. Why am I ignoring you? There's so many people talking.
Yeah, that's just it. People have to remember, chat is moving quick. There's 400 and something of you, and Shimmy is trying to fly a space shuttle as well. He's not necessarily going to see everything you say.
Yeah. Also, do they have Jeremiah's Italian Ice in Arizona? I don't know. That sounds familiar, but I don't know. I don't think so. Is that like a restaurant or some sort of place you can go? Because I don't think I've ever seen those. So I'm coming in a little south here, so I'm doing an S-turn. They have Del's, like Del Taco. I got Del Taco, but it's not much better than Taco Bell. Any place called Berto's is where you want to go if you want to actually have great, like, fast food Mexican food that's actually good. Go to Filiberto's, get some shredded beef tacos. You'll realize what life is all about.
You don't have to convince me twice about tacos, my friend. They are good.
It's a place I can go, but I can't go inside. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha.
A little bit high there, Shim. Oh, no, you might be alright.
I think I'm...
Well, you'll be fine. You better do it like that nice 40-degree inclination that you generally do to land, which is fine. I mean, the shuttle was, what, 20 degrees, I think? At, no, 16 degrees initial approach angle, is, which is, for an aircraft, is ridiculously steep.
Coming in at the preferred angle here. Not having to really pitch down or anything like that.
No. You are falling a bit like a brick right now, which is pretty much exactly what you want.
Yeah. Landing gear down. Hello, Will Glasson, how's it going?
Looking good. Also, this is where a longer runway would be good.
Yes.
I reckon. Because if they had
I like your idea, though, of having runway in 2 different directions, because then you could come in at from a polar trajectory, and you know it would you wouldn't have to do a 90-degree turn, you know.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, what I was thinking is having one runway the way it is, then another one roughly 45 degrees that goes either through it or past it,
Yeah.
kind of. So you could come in this way, but also if you had a space shuttle or something like this, or a very heavy vehicle and you needed the longer runway, you could turn and line up with the longer runway and then gun down it.
We also need more launch pads. I really want more launch pads.
Yeah, the facility could do with a couple of different launch pads and just some more runways and some just some straight tarmac that you could land on. So for VTOL stuff, it's just more stuff, because otherwise what ends up happening is, and I've done this before, I've had a very heavy vehicle that had to land, I've just lined up with the runway and then landed next to it and just used the grass, which is a bit risky, but it's flat and you've got more length that you can land on. Because I think initially the runway was fine, but now with these larger vehicles we can build, the runway is very, very short. The stock runway is incredibly short.
What was the wing glitch I was talking about? Oh, basically the wings just start deleting for no reason. You know, it doesn't look like that's gonna happen.
No. Well, just touch wood. To show me, I'm just touching wood right now because you're pretty much guaranteed that the Kraken will visit now. But the bug is that the wing appears to collide with the launch pad, but you are, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 meters away from it, and nobody really knows why that's happening. It's very rare.
Or in orbit.
Yeah,
in orbit, yeah, it can happen. It can happen anywhere. It's something to do with, as soon as it looks like it's most noticeable if the wings are stacked vertically, horizontally. So you got a wing on top of a wing. That seems to make it more common, more frequent. But so I know EJ's had it quite a few times now. I've seen it once. I know Shimmy's had it at least once or twice now. It's rare and it's frustrating because there's no real reason for it to happen. There's no reason why a part should collide with the pad when you're nowhere near it, but it does.
Yark's dead certain it's just debris sitting on the pad or runway.
Yeah. And the game, what it looks like is the game for a split second thinks you are in a different place and you're colliding with a debris or something. I don't know, it's very weird. That is a very nice, if not, oh no, it's pretty good. You're not going that fast.
Ooh, I'm
just imagining. Yeah, it's beautiful. Nice flare. Very nice.
Probably the best landing I've had with this.
I'm just wondering how well this would be, how much of a handful it would be. So this is the thing. I want to build a shuttle in in far and deadly re-entry. Because I can build it for stock, and then it should just work fine on, like the shuttle itself should work fine in RSC 6.4. It's the launch vehicle that would need to be scaled up.
Alrighty.
Very nice landing, dude. Very nice landing.
I just want to go ahead and show off. That is the Hercules lift system. I know I've probably got some new faces here. I just want to go and show that off to everybody. But as it is, I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. I'm probably going to go ahead and call it quits for Kerbal Space Program. I'm probably going to stream a little bit more. I'll probably be streaming some Rogue Legacy because I want to play some more of that.
Yeah, I noticed that you were playing that for quite a few hours.
Yeah, but it's not too late. But let's see here. Do we have other people streaming KSP? Because I would like to do a raid, possibly. Let's see. Anybody that we are familiar with here?
Yeah, I'm just looking now. Because I follow this.
Is somebody in our circles here, at least in DASA circles. Let's see here. Nobody else. And it looks like Trump is still playing some Kerbal Space Program, which is cool.
Trump is going crazy with the... I thought I saw Crispy Bacon starting, but maybe he stopped.
Maybe he stopped. Crispy.
Oh, Crispy, because he's always fun to watch.
Yeah.
That guy just... Oh, I'm going to build this plane today, and he builds a 100% accurate thing, and he just uses stretchy tanks, and it's just crazy. The guy is insane. I'm just looking. There's not too many names I recognize.
Well, we're going to go ahead and let's call it a stream then. We definitely do have some other streamers here. KSP Kamuchi doesn't have a mic. You know,
Broadcasting.
wish more people have mics. Teflon Mike.
Yeah, he's getting one
Mike.
tomorrow apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Teflon Mike. Teflon Mike never speaks, and
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think Teflon Mike has had a visit with the agents and is not able to speak. Now I don't know, but just
He says
There's
that
people
all
with no
all we
mics.
would hear with if he had a mic would be him giggling.
yeah,
still be fine.
'cause he
It'd
is,
still be
Yeah,
fine.
but it would be fine. It would be fine because I think that the psychotic giggling would just go beautifully with the things that he builds.
He's of the silence that Casper is.
So anyway, yep, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream. I will be back in maybe about 40 minutes, so I can go and start up the stream again. So it won't be Kerbal Space Program. It'll be some more Rogue Legacy. Gonna have some fun playing that. I will be streaming tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel on my channel here, doing more Kerbal Space Program. Probably just finishing up anything that I want to do with this save before I start making preparations for 6.4. I'm probably going to spend all Monday making sure that my 6.4 save can start working in the new version. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the donations, guys, for all those that did donate. I do appreciate that. Any donations definitely help me out. You know, help me continue to stream at this at this rate, at this, what am I trying to say? At this regularity. So
Good.
yeah, thank you very much. Yep, Teflon Micheless. Tell you what, if you go to KSPTV, look for the dark multiplayer stream with Yarg and a bunch of folks on TeamSpeak. You can hear me and that. All right, fair enough, Teflon Mike. So yeah, see you all later.
Awesome.
Oh
dude.
yeah, once more, we do have Matt and Coffee in our stream. Let's go ahead and give them both a plug here. Coffee and Metoro Gnika, streamer. Metoro Gnika. Go ahead and follow them. They both stream Kerbal Space Program. They're very knowledgeable. They're very good at what they do. And they're very enjoyable to watch. So yeah, go ahead and go onto their channels and go and click on that follow button. I am following them, so should you. Thank you very much. Anyway, keep on questing, quest
Thank you,
knots.
sir.
Once again, I am Shimmy. I will see you all later.
Okay.